Hey, are we live? Let's see, what stream number is this? It's 267. Oh my goodness. Welcome, everybody. I'm not yet done setting up my stream plan today, but it's 10 o'clock, so I feel like I didn't have enough time to set up this morning. That's a normal Tuesday for me. Hey there, Nui. How are you doing? I am going to work today on getting George more intelligent. He already has the ability now to pathfind all the way out to the exit of the dungeon and then back and fight enemies on the way. But one thing he gets stuck on is if I set his aggro range to, let's say, 2 squares, and I put an enemy 2 squares away, but across a barrier he can't traverse, he kind of gets stuck standing there glaring at the monster and doesn't either drop aggro or path around to fight the enemy. So I'm going to work on that today. It's a variation on pathfinding where instead of finding a path to a specific destination, we would have George periodically look at all paths within a certain maximum cost. So like if his aggro range was 2 squares, he would look and calculate all the places he could reach that cost 2 or less, and then look to see if there are any enemies in that set of places, and if there are, he would pull aggro. Instead of what he does now, which is look at a fixed radius away and pull based off of that. Keep thinking I'm hearing my cat. I just let him out. Why would he want back in right now? All right, so let me finish that stream plan. I want to basically say what I just write what I just said right now. Let's see. How do we put this? If I had a name that would help. So, pathfinding, sure. Find reachable places. That's what we want to call it. So add find reachable places. Well, really, it's integrate find reachable places variant of the A-star pathfinding algorithm. To be used to be used by NPCs to find enemies. Oh, and then some miscellaneous things that I need to wrap up right now. It was from yesterday's plan. I didn't do this one, which is change the NPC guide's behavior when giving up mid-path. Right now, he tries to go back. He tries to proceed to the exit of the level and then go back to the front. Toulouse. 4 months, Toulouse. Hey, yo. How are you doing, Toulouse? Thank you for your support. I really appreciate that. Toulouse is one of my moderators and very helpful person in chat, and a great guy too. And he has an alter ego that plays Minecraft. Doing well? Thanks. Hope you're doing well. I'm doing okay. I feel rushed on Tuesdays because I take my kids to school. It's a later start day, so I have very little time between carpool and then getting the stream set up. Alter ego, yeah. Yeah, so right now, George, if he gets like halfway here and then the person he's leading sort of walks away, he'll say, okay, fine, I'll go without you. And he goes all the way out to the exit and then all the way back. What I'd like him to do is if he's guiding someone and the person he's guiding just kind of leaves, I want him to just path back to the front immediately. So that involves, instead of continuing the current path, actually recalculating the path back to the start and then, returning early. So I want him to do that. And then possibly a third thing, which would be after aggro loss, have an NPC who was following a path recalculate that path. Because right now, let's say George is walking along this path. Let's say theoretically, George is walking this path, and then he sees an enemy up here. and he starts to chase the enemy. And the enemy, for some reason, walks around this corner before George can reach there. George will follow that enemy around to here. I didn't mean to click there. Follow around to here, defeat the enemy, and then try to path back to where he was on the path before. So he'll go down to here and then kind of like whimper on the other side of the wall saying, I wish I could get back to where I wanted to go. Now, if he could pathfind, he would instead go up, left, and then down. So that's bullet item number 3. But it's not as important as these other 2. This one's most important because right now I can't set George's aggro range higher than 1. Otherwise, he starts to glare at these slimes and won't do his job. Number 2 is second important because it's sort of annoying that if he gets halfway through the path and then the player he's guiding leaves, he just blindly continues on to the end and then returns back. It takes a while. And so that would be nice to have him return early. And then this one's not as important. Let me demonstrate the pathfinding. So if I invoke the script, 18145 is his entity ID. He will wait 5 to 10 seconds waiting for this player 0 to go, and then he should be moving. Why is he not? He might not be. Did I screw it up? I added this last night, by the way. Are we still in the patrol state? I must have typed that wrong. 181450. It might be broken. Or maybe he's going now. I think I broke it. Chat. Why is he not moving on his path? Huh. Okay. Strange. He's supposed to start walking this way when I do that, but maybe it's not working. Oh, and hey there, Noah. Who is Noah? Noah is not logged in anymore. Who was Noah? Oh, someone from a couple days ago, I think. Forgot who they said they were on Twitch. But hello, Noah, whoever you are. Okay, let's try this again. I think it's 1814. Maybe I'm typing the number in wrong. No, that's his entity ID. Okay, I don't know what's going on. Maybe it breaks if I don't actually have the correct target. That's possible. We'll connect in. There's my character. And do this again. NPC guide 18145, and then my entity number is 1983. Oh, he doesn't know the way out. Why would that be? That would mean that he couldn't calculate a path out. I thought I had this working yesterday. Was it? Maybe it had to do with setting the maximum range. Did I not get to that? Maybe I ran out of time before I did that. I don't know, let's look. Source, ACS, scripts. NPC AI, right? Okay. I have max cost at 50. Right, there's a move check. Hold on, is that right? I have a theory. One thing I tried to clean up last night was to make this bridge traversable. Let me, just for a little bit, let me test something. Let me put ground underneath the bridge and try again. Okay, now he's going. Okay, so there's some bug with bridges. The bridges are bugged. Let's see, this is what George does. So you have to sort of follow closely. If you don't follow closely, he taps his foot impatiently and says, please follow. So he's basically leading you out of the dungeon at this point. And he'll fight the enemies in his way, which is kind of nice of him. And then he gets to the end, says, this is the way out right here, stay safe. And then he passed back without waiting all the way back to the start. And if you wanted to go back there, you could just follow in his wake. Let him deal with anything on the way back, like that. Thank you, George. So, the way I had designed this is a bridge is... Where is a bridge? A bridge has an access mask of 3, which means you can cross it as long as you can walk on either land or water. And if that's situated on top of water, it should make that tile traversable. But I'm wondering if I just screwed it up. So let's put the water back. And then ask George to go again. And what does it say? Sorry, he doesn't know the way out. Okay, so he's not pathfinding it across there. And why not? Because I can cross that. I can cross that just fine. Why can't George? I suppose I can do a little test here. I can temporarily wall off everything but one square there. Hold on, let me construct a little test area. Find the right tiles. And what if I put George like right there? So put him right there. Will he walk onto the wall? Okay, he does walk onto the wall. Interesting. So he can traverse that spot. He just won't pathfind over it for some reason. Actually, I didn't even need, now that I think about it, I didn't even need to put barriers there because his default behavior is if he gets too far away from home, he goes back home. And that's another thing I need to put in there, is when wandering, after wandering or pursuing an enemy too far away from home, use a pathfinding to go back home. Right now it just does a crude sort of line of sight direction, and so he can get stuck. Like if I put George here, for example, he walks up here and now he's trying to get home, but he can't because there's a barrier in the way. In fact, if I put him there, see, he's always trying to go in the cardinal directions back home. It's only if I put him here will he say, oh, let me cross that bridge, now let me go down, now let me go left, and I'm back home. I moved the secret wall, by the way, up to here, hoping it would prevent this from happening, where the slimes get all the way over here, but it doesn't seem to work. I'll let George deal with them. Oh, no. Don't hit me. You get on, George. I wonder if I had to put this secret entrance way over here. I mean, I can do that. Yeah, let me do that. I'll just put that there. Inside walls here. And then I can break that wall open there. And grab this and edit to add an access 1. This is a new dialog I added yesterday to make it easier to edit the contents of JSON object attributes, by the way. So then I can make this not a secret wall anymore. Why are there 2 tiles there? Huh. If I move this one. Oh, it's a wall on top of ground? Huh. No, I did that. Let's remove that one. And here, let me edit the depth of this one and make it not accessible anymore. Cool, and then let's test that. So now the secret wall's there. And then you can go all the way around here. Should I brighten up the hallway? So to brighten up the hallway, I can take this torch and duplicate it there. Look, there's a light now there. Maybe another one here facing right, I guess. No, let's move this one up to there. There we go. So the moment you step through, you say, oh, look, there's a hallway here. I need another torch there. It's too dark. Let's grab this one and copy it there. There we go. I've lit the hallway. Hey there, Manez. How's it going for us? For me, it's going okay. Although I had the sort of a stressful start because it's tough for me to get started on time on Tuesdays. I'm moving the secret passageway around, hoping that right now it prevents slimes from going there. If a slime actually went there, pretty sure George would kill it. Let me test that theory. Yeah. Oh no, it's attacking me. George, kill it. Thank you. Okay, that's not working so well. I think I need to put it on the other side or something. George, deal with that guy. All right, let's move it even further. Let's put it all the way over here. There's no way a slime can get here without George dealing with them. Inside. I need to go revisit some of the painting tools I made here. Also, there's a performance issue adding barriers in the game because I think it does all the lighting recalculations. It becomes very slow to draw walls. I have it in mind to have something while I'm painting walls telling the server don't recalculate light maps yet, like maybe delay it for a few seconds. And then it would batch them together. Okay, so draw that and then let's poke a hole in this wall, so to speak. Adding access 1. Add, submit, and then we'll remove this one. Drop access 1. Oh, that slime snuck through. Deal with it, George. There we go. And then I can wall that up. And let's move this torch over here. Take this one and duplicate that torch there. And I can drop all of these tiles. Let me, just for really quickly, make sure no one got stranded. No one is stranded there. That's good. This lets me see who is logged out. So let's say, for example, someone happened to be there in that corridor and they logged out. I would see that and I'd be like, oh, I need to move them out. Okay, cool. So now, somewhere around here, yeah, there's a secret wall and it's lit so you can kind of see where you're going. And you make it out here. And I'm going to just cheat here and teleport myself back out. Oh, you got sick? I'm sorry about that, Manez. I hope you rest well and get well soon. Hey there, Resubaka. Fortnite Chapter 2, yeah, I heard that they destroyed half the world yesterday. I didn't know as much about it as my kids did. I heard about it, and then when my son got home, I said, well, what's this about this black hole in Fortnite? He's like, yeah, I heard about that at school. I'm like, I'm always the last one to know these things. I must be getting old. Yeah, apparently they, a whole bunch of streamers were like just watching some kind of black hole all day. Yeah, well, it's sort of, I think it's sort of a brilliant marketing technique where they have essentially world events whenever they want to change the content, right? So rather than just overnight, it's like, oh, a patch comes out and the world is sort of magically different. They're like, let's have a transition in game to kind of hype it up and get people talking about it and people watching. And I think it worked, right? They got like hundreds of thousands of people hyped up about it, about what's changing. So yeah, lasted 2 days instead of the usual hour because of a huge update. But what's cool is they had it sort of programmed in, rather than just sort of like a magically one moment it's the old version and then the next moment it's the new version. They had this semi-plausible in-game world event. That was kind of cool. All right, I fixed this quarter. I just don't want slimes getting stuck in there right now. I'll fix it. I'd like to have it fixed later where the slimes have sort of like invisible fences where I don't let them go into secret areas. When you boot it up for the first time, it shows the black hole expanding, showing the map, like creating the map. Yeah. Great marketing technique, I think. All right. I think I have this fixed the way I want it. I'll close this for now and go back to here and oh, I was going to figure out why George can't path over that. Actually, let me build a dialogue for George so that while I'm in game, I can ask him to lead me out. So let's add a new dialogue. George, guide, add, and we'll add a state convo, add. We'll go to the conversation state and we'll say, what do I want to say? An impressive warrior in full plate mail armor stands before you. This is not quotes. Hello. Hello. Do you need help? And I will make that go to the conversation state. Conversation state, I'll have a key help. Actually, let's have a default that says, sorry, I don't understand you. Don't understand. And then, but help will be, actually, I need another state called help, right? Add. Help will go to the help state. And there it will be, I can lead you out of these sewers. Care to follow me? And then in the help state, we'll have a no key. See, I'm a little rusty at this because I haven't built a dialogue in a while. Yes will go to the end. And we need to make this multiple choice. So no will be suit yourself. Yes will be great. Follow me. And then add a script, NPC guide, and then here's the thing. Do I hard code the numbers right now? How did I need to look at, okay, let's leave the script out of here for now and just save this. Because I forget how this works. How did it work? How do we heal the target? Oh, and I forgot, if I put numbers in front, I can order them. Oh, we have player. Okay, do I have a target? I'll have to look. But player is a variable, that's a local variable design is set up there. So I can at least use that. So help, yes, script, NPC guide, and I can hard code this for now, and then it's player. And then let's put this up front to no. And then save, I guess. I should probably put in for help, there should be two alternatives. Like if he's in the patrol state, he should offer this. But if he's not in the patrol state, he could say, "Sorry, I'm busy right now." Self testing if you can chat. Testing if you can chat. Why would you not be able to chat? Do you mean in-game? You're not even in-game. I don't know what you mean. Why would you not be able to chat? Is there something wrong with Twitch? Had to be a member for 1 day. No, you don't have to be a member for 1 day. Monka S. Your account has to be at least a week old to chat in my channel because of trolls we've had. All right, back to this. Yeah, we had that happen yesterday. It's a good thing that I have that rule. Okay, let me try this at least. Right now it should work, right? So, oh wait a minute, I have to tie him. I have to give him that dialogue number. So, oh, did I save it? I think I did. So for George, edit, add a dialogue key. Is that what I need to do? Just add that. Submit, and then this has been a while since I added a dialogue to the game. Oh, and I logged out of my game, so I need to log back in. Yeah, I know what you meant. Yeah, I probably have it in there, like self or target, but I just don't remember what it was. All right, so if I talk to George, aha, do you need help? Help. Yes. Oh, sorry, I don't know the way out. It feels bad, man. Oh, right, because I put the water back in the way. All right, so let me verify that it works if I hack this to be ground underneath. And say, talk, help, yes. Cool. So now you can talk to him and ask him to lead you out. And if I get too far away from him, he should, after 5 seconds or so, he should say, "Can't wait forever, I'm off," and he'll continue on his way. There are boats and stuff in Fortnite. Best season ever. It's so much more realistic. All right, I'm glad you liked the game. My son's friends still. Well, I asked them the other week. I said, "Is Fortnite dead?" And they said, "Pretty much." But now I should probably ask them again, and they might say, "Oh, because of the new season, it's alive again." Okay, George is now heading back, and he's going to clean up the sewers on the way back, I'm sure. Interesting. I wonder, did I set another cooldown for attack for him? I shouldn't have. Curious about the back-end components? Can you explain at a high level when time's right? Yes, so the architecture. I have a nice note for that. Notes. System architecture. So it's from the very, very high level view. There is a cluster of game servers, and one of them is the leader of the cluster, and it's running the game systems that I have in Lua mostly. There's an orchestrator program in the back that makes sure the entire cluster is up and running and still, it pings them to make sure they're still alive and all that. And then clients connect to all of the servers through WebSockets. So each individual server has got these very high level components. So the ECS is the entity component system, and that's where we hold all of the game data along with all the system logic. So all the Lua code that I have is game systems. And then whenever I talk about entities, they're just ID numbers. So for example, all these numbers here are just the entity IDs of these tile sets. And these are the entity IDs for the different zones in the game. And players have entity numbers as well. And so do NPCs. Everything has an entity number, even scripts. Oh yeah, I forgot I had some errors in there. Anyway, that's the ECS. Whenever the systems in the ECS run, they don't modify the game data directly. What they do is they send feedback to the coordinator, because the coordinator has to transmit through WebSockets to all the other servers to replicate the requests. The requests are appended to the are given to the Raft server component, which appends it to the game journal. And then once all the servers have saved it in the journal successfully, this executor component takes any new journal entries that have been committed, saved on all servers in the cluster. It takes them and it executes them, so it'll make changes to the ECS. So there's a flow, or like a loop flow, where game systems request changes. Also, clients of the game can request changes. They all get fed through the coordinator. They go into the journal, get replicated, and the executor then takes successfully replicated journal entries and executes them. Usually it's ECS changes, but it could also be changing a player record, changing the game's configuration, that kind of thing. So that's what it is at the very, very high level. The front end is all in JavaScript, and then there are WebSocket connections from that to the back end, which is the framework is in C++, but then a lot of the game logic is in Lua. Yeah, no problem. In fact, one of these days I'm going to record that more professionally, and then put it up in YouTube and then link to it whenever someone asks. I could say, hey, I got like a 2-minute video you can watch that explains the architecture. So I'm wondering, this error has nothing to do with the pathfinding problem. What do I want to fix first? I'd really like to fix the pathfinding problem, because I want to have water flowing under the bridge and have that work. I implemented Raft myself, yeah. Yes. Well, the database right now is just a big JSON file. The journal itself is just a sequence of JSON objects concatenated to each other end to end. So it's right now not compressed or encoded in binary or any of that. So it's a little slower, but it's easier for me to debug. So I could look at the test environment, for example, by going and just looking at the journal, and I'll be able to read it. Let's go find its stage, and then I can pick one of the servers in the cluster, and let's just pick an old journal to show you. Oh, it got deleted while I was looking at it. Let's look at a really old one. Okay, so here's, for example, each one of these is a change that happened in the game. These ECS ones are changes to the entity component system. So this, right, for example, this is moving something in the game. So it is changing the position component and setting the X and Y coordinates of something. We only know what it is through its entity reference, and I happen to know 3330 is an NPC I was messing around with yesterday for testing stuff. So like whenever a particle gets generated, like a spark or someone gets hit and there's a particle effect, that's what this is. And if someone logs into the game, logs out of the game, you get a command. So all of these, each one of these is one change to the game. And then whenever it gets saved to disk, it gets also replicated across the servers. And then every once in a while, we condense this journal into what's called a snapshot. Snapshot looks like this, where it has the current state of everything. So here's all the cameras that are defined in the game. Here are all the entities that have movement capability. So these are all the NPCs and players. And here is the complete record of every dialogue. So all of the game data, and it's eventually going to be in a database. So right now it's just a huge JSON file of however many lines, 19,000 lines in the test environment, including all of the in-game ticket system, which I plan to take out of the snapshot and put into a separate database since it's huge. So yeah, it's all JSON files. Starts off in this sequentially written journal, which gets replicated and then gets condensed into a snapshot at regular intervals. Immutable log. Yeah, so the journal is, once it's written to, it's still mutable until it gets committed by the cluster, and then it becomes immutable. So like if you put something into the journal and then the whole cluster crashes for some reason, or maybe your server crashes and your entry wasn't replicated, then when your server starts back up and finds out that some other server is now the leader of the cluster, it may have to go back and replace some of the journal entries that didn't get replicated with other ones that did get replicated by the other servers in the cluster. There's like a slight rewind, a resynchronization, and then continuing. But yeah, once something gets committed, verified that a majority of servers in the cluster have recorded it. This is one of the guarantees that the raft algorithm gives you, is that once you have a majority of servers that agree, then it's permanent, and you don't need to worry about it getting lost because a majority of the servers have it now. CQRS, you can replay from any time. If I stored the journal complete, but right now there are so many journal entries, it's like in the hundreds of millions, even though we're not really doing much, because it's constantly, things in the game are constantly moving. Every time one of these slimes moves, it's a command to the journal. So we're generating roughly like, I don't know, 5 to 10 entries per second, and it runs 24/7. So it's gotten into the millions, and it would just be way too much storage. And who cares where these slimes moved a year from now, right? So what the game does regularly is it scrubs old journals and old snapshots and deletes them. So at that point, we can't replay from the distant past, but we can replay from the recent past. And I can also reset back to an older snapshot, and then we can basically do a do-over for the entire game if we need to. Like if the snapshots or the journals got corrupted, I could reset the game back to a previous snapshot, and then we can, play again from there. So yeah, I want to look into why George can't cross. Oh, my character's dead. How did that happen? George, you weren't doing your job. You didn't defend me. I should probably stand over here because it's safer. The problem here is that if I put water under the bridge and then I talk to George and I say, come on, help, yes. He says, sorry, I don't know the way out. This is a problem. See and hear about Raft all the time from Distributed Systems. CM Griffing! We're being rated by Chris. Shout out to CM Griffing. He made this nifty chat overlay that you're seeing up there. It's called Stream Parrot. And howdy. How was your stream? And FD God, how are you? Yeah, so CM Griffing made Stream Parrot, that you see it there. And I've been alpha testing it for them. So I have a bug in the game right now that I'm looking at, Raiders, and that is that I programmed George to lead players out of the exit here. But if I let the water flow under this bridge and I ask George to please find a way out, he says, sorry, I don't know the way out. It's not unless I remove the water under the bridge, and then I talk to him again and say, please help me, sir. Help. Yes. And then he says, okay, now I know the way out, and he'll actually go and do it, right? Yeah, for some reason, he doesn't know how to cross the bridge if there's actually water under it. Even though if I replace the water here, and okay, he's waiting for me. He can hold on. I need to be careful here. If he's already computed a path, I could put water there, and he won't get blocked by it. we'll demonstrate that. I'll wait until he starts to path back, and then I'll replace one of these bridges with water. So now he's pathing back. He's computed a path back, and if I put water in the way, it's not like it blocks him. It doesn't block him movement-wise, but it's blocking him pathfinding-wise for some reason. See, he can traverse the bridges, but for some reason he can't. He doesn't want to try when he's searching for a path. I need to find out why. Introduced a doozy of a bug locally. Oh my goodness. I do that too every day. I make doozies of bugs. Test in production, only way? Yeah, I'm testing in production. To not refresh his chat, no big deal. Okay, I won't refresh my chat. Monka S. Alright, hold on. Just looking at something. Oh, right, we were talking about that. Yeah, I see your message from before. Never saw anyone use it from scratch. Yeah, well, that's one thing about my stream is that I like to make things from scratch. So that's something I do, and also a few other streams do this, like Handmade Hero. It's a game being developed all from scratch. I like to do it, and I also enjoy teaching others fundamentals of things. So, like, rather than say, here's a library implementation of Raft that you can just use, and then you just use it and you don't really know how it works. I'm gonna say, here's the white paper on Raft. Let's implement it. So that's what I've done. Now there are some downsides, of course, to that. It took me longer to get to where I am, and I probably have lots of bugs, and it's probably not very good performance. And those are the things that you get if you use another library. You may not understand how it works as well, but you'll get things done faster, and you'll probably have fewer bugs. Can't see how it's used from a client. It's not used on the client. It's all server side. So like I was showing in the diagram here, Raft is what allows me to set up the game servers as a cluster of basically copies of the game. The client is not using Raft at all. The client is just a singleton. It's just, you know, the instance of your web browser, right? This is the client. It's got one connection to one server. The Raft is all internal server side. So the client isn't even aware that we're using Raft at all. In fact, if I wanted to, I could remove Raft, have this Realm server only one instance, and this client wouldn't care, right? It would work just fine from the client's point of view. The client, the only thing that would really change is my GM view would not have this cluster status, I guess. Used to program OpenGL a while back, right? Simple square to move at 60 frames per second smoothly. Figure out how to import 3D Blender objects and implement basic movement controls, but really fun, but difficult. Yeah. It's like most people will take a game engine like Unreal or Unity and just make a game, right? Who takes the time to figure out how the game engines work at the fine detail level? That's what I do. I love that stuff. In fact, I have my own game engine for OpenGL and DirectX that I've been toying around with. I haven't touched it in like over a year. But yeah, I did all the things like drawing a triangle in 2D, then drawing it in 3D, and then moving it, and making it move smoothly. Yeah, I find that stuff really fun. Thank you for the follow, by the way. All right, I really want to fix the pathing. Wait a minute, you'd like to see how the Raft code is used in a Raft node client. It's not used in the client. Like I'm saying, it's used in the server. So when a client talks to the server, if it's the leader, it makes a command immediately and replicates it to the other servers. If it's not the leader, it's got to forward it to the leader, and then the leader then sends it back to the original server and then for everyone else to replicate it. So if you look at, well, you can't look at the implementation of my server because it's not in the GitHub, but I've been developing it on stream. So in the past, people have seen it where There is a message handler from the client, and then there's also message handlers for messages between servers. And depending on the role of the server, it either converts a client command into a Raft journal entry, or it forwards it to another server, and then the other server does it. Yes, I see what you're saying. Well, I just think of them as all servers. From my perspective, client is the front-end game client, and servers are all the back-end. But you're right, they are peer-to-peer, so the sender could be considered a client, and then the receiver is the server of a peer-to-peer connection, sure. So, like I was just saying, if there's a peer-to-peer connection between these servers, the sending client is really just requesting that the server receiver append something to its journal, and that is only obeyed if it's a leader. If it's another client, is like, well, I can't do it because I'm not the leader of the cluster. Only the leader of the cluster can initiate a change to the journal. That is to prevent confusion. If you had every server could add to the journal directly, it would be almost impossible to guarantee consistency. So there's that extra hit that everything has to be routed through the leader at some point, just to make sure that it's synchronized. But the benefit is that if the leader dies, any of these other servers could become the leader and continue on with very little loss because it's constantly synchronized. Yeah, no problem. I don't mind explaining things. That's one of the things I do. In fact, I joined this Live Coders team on Twitch, and one of our core principles is that we explain what we're doing, and we're in sort of a role as a teacher to people who are looking for advice and help on coding and demonstrating how it's done. So that's sort of my job now. All right, I really want to figure out why the pathfinding doesn't work. There's this move check, and I'm wondering if it's there. The move check is done in two places, right? Here and here. So what's the difference? Oh, wait a minute. I think I might know why. If it's permitted, then cost equals 1, but it doesn't exit out of this loop. Like this one does, right? Right, stop looking at, right, so I need to have this in there. Shoot. That's the bug. Once the move is permitted and we get a cost, we should break, can I break out of a loop in Lua? I forget how to do that. Is it just break? If it's that easy, that's what I'll do. Lua break. Okay, that's what we'll do, I guess. So, I guess we'll structure it like this. And then, hold on a second. Oh, no problem. How do you say your name? Fielber? Felber? It's a difficult one to pronounce because there are PF. I'm not sure how to pronounce the PF part. And then the BR at the end. Don't you want to get the worst cost, though? No, actually, because when we see the bridge, it'll be, okay, the bridge costs 1. And then if it continues, it'll see the water under the bridge, which is denied. It denies the move, right? Because move check only tests one entity. So can NPC move actually does a loop as well. This has an internal loop, but I can't break because the function is called per loop, and you can't break from inside of a. You can't break if a function is called inside of a loop. You can't break from inside the function. So instead, I just say if one of these flags is set, then we don't even do the check anymore. Here we're in the benefit of we're in a loop, so I can just break out of the loop if either one is set, right? See, what's happening is it sees the bridge, and then it sees the water, and then it says, oh, well, the cost is the cost of moving over water, which is impassable, so max cost. So it effectively becomes a barrier. File, okay. Fileber? Got it. So, like Adam does, maybe I should start to have a database of pronunciation. Pronunciation. Another streamer that I really look up to is Adam13531, and he has a note reminding himself how to pronounce all of the names of his viewers that are not, inherently like he doesn't, that is not the non-obvious pronunciations. He has a list. Maybe I should start to have one too. Okay, is this the correct thing? In that case, maybe I don't need that. I think I had this before, not really thinking it through. I don't think I need a worst cost. I think I just need a cost. And then we'll do that. And then return cost. Yeah. I think that's what I want to do. So let's try this. So NPC AI update. Edit script. Paste. Now, let's try to talk to George and have him lead us out. Help! Yes. Oh, look, he knows which way to go. And he should, hopefully he passed over the bridge. Nice. I wanted to count to see how long he actually waits before he abandons us. 1001, 1002, 1003, 1004, 1005, okay, about 5 seconds. Ooh, let's get that loot. Okay. Uh-oh, there's an enemy. I don't want to fight that enemy. I'll just wait for George to do it for me. Flykin. If Flykin sounds right... Oh, it's Fleekin? No, you're saying a lot of people say Fleekin. Why would they say Fleekin? I see Flykin. Maybe I'm just lucky. That I pronounced it correctly the first try. I mean, I'm a stupid American, right? So maybe I just get it right by accident. All right, so that fixed that bug. Let me check that in. And then we'll look at the not so urgent bugs. So fix... I can't type today. Most days I can't type. Fix bug in cost calculation for stacked tiles. Got it. Fly scan? Oh, they think there's an S in there? Flea scan? Well, I understand mispronunciation, so some people call me Remu or what was it? Rimy. The Welsh think the R-H-Y-M-U should be pronounced Rimy. George, you're revealing the secret wall. Why did you do that, George? People aren't supposed to know about that, George. Why? So yeah, I thought Raimu or Raimu would be obvious, but the Welsh think it's Rimy. I'm like, the only way I could make a name that's universally pronounceable would be to have it very short, I guess. Like X. My name is X. Still, someone would probably say K instead of X. Who knows? All right. Wasn't there another bug besides the bridge crossing? Oh, it was the script error that we're getting here. There's a nil passed to with entity component of type for try attack. So he's trying to attack while guiding, and there's a bug there. Let's find that. 147. Argument 3, target entity. Okay, so try to attack isn't being given a target entity sometimes? Oh, is that it? That might be it. That's it. It's not stored into the context. I wonder if I actually want to store it in the context or just pass it. I think I just want to pass it and not store it in the context. Yeah, let's just pass it. So, well, in other words, that, and then I don't need to do that, right? Well, hold on. Let me verify this. Does try to attack at require a target entity? It does. Okay, never mind. Undo. Undo. I don't know why I removed it from there. Yeah, so let's fix it. I think it's this point here. Because here we set it, there it wasn't set, and here we okay, so that's probably what it was, right? Edit, paste, clear the errors, and let's try again. I've had that nickname for 7 years. So I had the nickname Raimu because when I first started playing World of Warcraft, I didn't know, or for some reason I didn't care that I could customize my character's name, so I just used the random character generator and it came up with Raimu. And it stuck because I got into a guild of real life friends who got to know that that's my name in game, and it even stuck to where we would meet in real life and they would use they would say, "Hey, Raimu, how's it going?" And I'm like, "Why can't you call me Richard?" It's real life. So I just got used to using that name. Help, lead me out. I just want to make sure that we don't get that error, that script error again. It would have to be a word or something like shadow or whatever. Right, exactly. Something that has a meaning. Exactly, Flaking. What you don't understand is when parents want to be super creative and name their child Shock KK or something. Yeah, well, I might be guilty of that too. Sometimes you just, like when you're naming a kid, you're like, I don't want to use an ordinary name. I'm going to come up with like something that's slightly different. But retrospectively, I think I would have to agree. We should just use names that are not confusing. Okay, I didn't get any script errors, and George dutifully slew everything on his way back. Oh, no, there was a bug. Actually, I think that was the bug was when the slime tried to attack me. Because it was at 7:12:21. No, with components, and then try to pursue entity at 290 is called by what? Oh, 800? Right, it was a slime trying to pursue me. Target position isn't set. Aha. Where do we get... Oh, here's the target position. Oh, it's not set. Target position is target position. So it was NPCs attacking players and pursuing them that was broken. Yeah, this one needs target position. I hadn't been setting it there, and there it was being set. Oh, limited is not set either. I think limited should be true. That's the only place where it was true, I think. Limited, right, means stop pursuit if he gets out of aggro range with plus an extension. Yeah, so this, it needs to be set to false. Or, I mean, true. There we go. Paste, clear, and now, unfortunately, I have to be bait for monsters. Can't have George helping me. I need to actually get pursued by an enemy. Is he gonna pursue me or not? He's not pursuing me. Now he's pursuing me. Ah! He's coming right for me. He's actually really fast. Save me, George. Thank you, George. Yeah, I can't say what name I used Flykin because it's that's too much personal information, but yeah. What we made a mistake of was using a non-standard spelling of a name. So what happens is like people will just assume the spelling and it'll be different. And it's not such a big problem until it gets on legal documents as being misspelled there. And then you have to say, well, sorry, you misspelled the name. And they're like, well, then we have to draw up all of the paperwork again with the name correction. And we're like, can't you just cross out the name and put in the different spelling? And they're like, no, you already signed the document, or we already signed it, or whatever. And they can't just strike the name and change it. So they have to redraw up everything with the correct spelling. So it made us regret using a slightly non-standard spelling of a name. I mean, people pronounce the name fine, it's just misspelled a lot. Alright, I think that's fixed, although I'm kind of curious why these guys don't pursue me. Why do they don't attack me when I stand next to them anymore? The aggro range is 1. I thought that would mean that they would aggro on me. Why is that not working? I don't know. I should be being attacked right now, but it's not. Why not? There's no errors. What if I experimentally change this guy's aggro range to 2? Now he's attacking me. He's gonna slaughter me. They attack way too quickly. I need to change their action cooldown is not correct. Okay, yeah, this guy's more aggressive. I don't want to fight him. I'm a pacifist. Let's have George do it. Kite him all the way back here to George. George, you deal with it. Thank you very much. Okay, why is it that I had to set his aggro range to 2? I don't know. Yeah, not less than or equal to. So distance should be 1. Let's... Oh, wait a minute. This is some NPC act. So I can't use that one. Is it this one? I think it's this one. Yeah, let me put a debugging statement in here. Yeah, let's put it in here. And it'll say if target entity is 1983, then we'll say entity NPC entity has spotted you. And then I'm wondering if they're spotting me and just not doing anything, like they're dropping aggro right away. So let me check that. Okay. Now I gotta go within range of a slime and see if I see anything. Oh, yeah. So he's pulling aggro, but then dropping it right away for some reason. Even if I'm standing right on him, that's interesting. And now I can't move to the other side without hitting him. I don't want to do that. I'm a pacifist, remember? Let me put myself down here where these dangerous enemies are. Actually, let's grab this one. Yeah, these guys aggro and they don't drop. Until that happens. At what point does he spot me? He spots me from a... Oh, I'm right at the edge. He's spotting me and then dropping aggro right away. Okay. Escape! These guys are moving too quick. Alright. Team Jelly Belly, hi there. Well, thank you. It's very old school. One might mean same tile? No, it's Manhattan distance, so the Manhattan distance between these two is 1. So, it should be in there that he should be... Oh, well, actually, he is trying to escape. He's stuck, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, see, returning is true. He's trying to get back to a spawn point. He got hung up there. If I take him and move him back, like here, then he escapes. But so if I put my character, like right here, so I'm 1 square away, and he's spotting me, but then he's not attacking me. So I think we need to find out where is he dropping the aggro. I think it might be this. Oh, I know what it is. He's pulling aggro. In fact, this needs to be indented. Pulling aggro, but then not attacking. Instead, he's trying to pursue. He can't pursue because I'm standing right next to him. And so he's dropping the aggro. I remember fixing this in the other place we did pull aggro. It was when the NPC guide does it. Where is it? It's up here somewhere. Right, it's here. That right immediately after pulling aggro, we try to attack. Right there. Try to attack. And is that the right thing? It should be matching what I have up here somewhere. Right. Return true. Exactly. Okay, let's try this. I'm gonna get my butt kicked if this works, because those slimes are right next to me. Oh no! And he's pursuing me. Ah! He's coming right for me. I'm stuck. I must fight. I survived. Oh, I didn't wave to Flykin. And Mr. Love Pickle. Hello, people. Okay, so that bug is fixed. I can remove, probably drop this debugging stuff, right? This... Uh-oh, I got killed. It's a very dangerous dungeon. Yeah, I shouldn't stand right there, should I? Scripts... Respawn. Oh no! Damn it. It's very dangerous here. Ah. Oh, look at that. That raced into like a race condition there. Okay, cool. You've been working on an MMORPG for a few years yourself? Quite challenging? Yeah, it is. I made it extra challenging for myself by deciding to make my own engine. If I wasn't so interested in finding so much enjoyment in doing stuff from scratch, I would not have made my own engine. I would have picked an existing engine. If like I was just trying to make a game to make money, I would start with a game engine. The only reason I'm making my own game engine, because it's fun, and I can. All right. It's just sometimes I get overwhelmed with bugs. Like I think there are some 200 bugs for me to solve on my list. Okay, so that was one bug fix there. And it's another one. Let me put this one in by itself, and it'll say fix bug in enemies dropping aggro immediately when pulling. When right after pulling aggro, an enemy would not attack, but instead attempt to pursue. If pursuit fails, aggro is dropped. This caused new aggro to be dropped immediately if the target was right next to the enemy. Fix this by attempting an attack immediately on pulling aggro. Commit. Hey there, Red Sky 1 and the Epic Unknown. How are you two doing? And Mike and Principal, greetings. Mike and Principal is another streamer here on Twitch. He made this game called Thrusty Ship, and he's back again working on it. You should check it out, especially if you like games that will make you rage quit. Like really challenging games, twitchy games where you have to have exact timing. He released that game earlier this year, and not enough people have seen it, I think. But if you just want to see him work on it, you can also check out his Twitch stream. Things are okay. I'm fixing bugs in the Lua scripts that drive the AI logic for a new NPC I'm building. So these are some bugs here where I forgot to set some variables in the context that I just invented yesterday. Fix missing context information. We'll add missing context information. So, Mike and others, let me introduce you to George. He is an NPC whose job it is to lead us out of the dungeon because we appear right here. In fact, let me simulate like if I had made a character from scratch, I would be between the realms, so my character would actually be sitting here, right? So this is what happens when you first start the game. You're like, where the heck am I, right? So it's like a corridor between the worlds is what it is. And there's only one door that's open. So you step through that door and poof, you're right here. And you're like, how the heck do I get here? So George is supposed to engage in conversation immediately to try start to teach you how to play the game. But right now he doesn't because I haven't finished him. And George, stop giving away the secret passages. So right now I have it so that he kind of wanders around and you have to talk to him. When you talk to him, it says, do you need help? And so you say, help. It says, I can lead you out of the sewers. Care to follow me? Sure. And then he'll start the path towards the exit. So last week I had it where the path out was manually configured in his data. But just in the last few days, we've incorporated the A-star pathfinding. So he's, oh, help me, George. I'm being attacked. That slime's going to catch up to us. George will deal with it when he does his return trip. There it goes. So yeah, he leads you all the way out and says, this is the way out right here, stay safe, and then he paths back. Let me try to catch up to him. So yeah, the pathing now is automatically calculated through the A-star pathfinding algorithm. What I'm going to work on today is more refinement. So right now, he doesn't use that pathfinding when he's picking targets. It's direct line of sight, and so he's rather blind. He only sees enemies 1 square away. I'd like him to pursue and fight enemies up to 3 squares away, but there's a problem with that. If can I have a volunteer slime, please? They're all dead. I guess I could place an orc. No, the orc will try to flee if I put him too far away. I'll just wait for a slime to spawn. If I put a slime down here and I set George's aggro range to 2 squares, George will stand there and start growling and angrily looking at the slime across the water, and he'll refuse to do his pathfinding because he's pulled aggro, but he can't get to his target. So I want to fix that by making the aggro also use the pathfinding. So something standing here won't draw aggro because it's very costly to reach there. But standing 3 squares off to one side will aggro him because the cost is much lower. Hey there, Romania. Hey. You're confused about something. If you tap the movement keys very quickly, do you move faster than other entities? The cooldown for player movement is a 1/4 second. The cooldown for NPCs right now is a 1/2 second. So I should be able to, if I hold down the key, that means I'm doing continuous movement. I should be able to move 4 squares per second, whereas George can only move 2. And I kind of have that in there on purpose, that players can move faster than NPCs, because otherwise, the way I've tuned the NPC enemies down here, you would get slaughtered if you couldn't escape. And oh, do you see that bug? That started to scroll on its own. So yeah, when I pull aggro off of these guys, I want to at least be able to escape them. Oh, and I didn't escape there. But see, if I made them move as fast as I could move, there would be no way I could run away. The alternative would be to have them move as fast as I can, but then have them do less damage or something like that. Tune them down a bit. So I have not tuned this at all. So yeah, I just wanted right now players to have faster movement because I haven't tuned anything yet. Yeah, so I'm still working on the game engine. I probably won't get to the game content or tuning stuff for a while. There's stuff I need to fix, like if I stand next to George, you can't see his name, because I have no code right now that places the nameplates intelligently. We've been even talking about like not showing the nameplates unless maybe you mouse over them, or they say something, or maybe you have to hold a key down to see nameplates. I haven't done any of that yet. The game has a strong turn-based look and feel. It's meant to be that the game has cooldown-based input. So you can't move a second time until a 1/4 second has elapsed. So if I depicted that in the UI, like in the user interface, like they do in World of Warcraft, I might have like a spinning circle that like maybe it goes dim. These movement keys go dim, and then you see a spinning pie slice that does a full revolution in a 1/4 second to sort of strongly send the message to you that movement is cooldown based. Also, attacks are attacks are cooldown based. So if I hit attack down as fast as I can, and I scroll back and show that to you. Where was it? Yeah, it says you can't attack again yet, right? So I haven't done the UI work for that either. Probably it would be there would be a equipment slot for your weapon, and it would also have a spinning pie slice to tell you that it's on cooldown. So yeah, a lot of bugs, a lot of missing things in the user interface that once I add them, it'll make it more obvious what's going on. Technically, lerp from position to position smoothly instead. That would be another way to show it. That the movement would show that it took a 1/4 second to go from one square to another rather than just instantaneously jumping. That deviates a little bit from the Ultima style, but I wouldn't mind trying that. We're also considering deviating from the old Ultima style in terms of the lighting system, because it looks a little disjointed in that it's either fully lit or fully dark. So we're talking about shading things with alpha blending or grayscale. That's interesting. I think someone just called my answering machine and tried to log in with the code. The lighting system seems oddly snappy. Yeah, that's how the old games were, and it's a little bit jarring for modern players, I think. Yeah, let me take a few minutes break just to see what's going on with my phone. It started chatting from the other room. I'll be right back. Just a minute. I'm back. You know, I think it is our landline phone is old and is starting to fail. Pick up the receiver and I can barely hear anything. Not that we use it much. Maybe instead of a pi timer, you could have arrow keys like progress bar during cooldown. So like that they would fill from one direction or another, maybe? Yeah, I mean, that's a great idea. All good ideas get points. At some point, I'll improve my organization and go through my notes and compile them. Yeah, I think the popular vote is to do better shading on the fog of war, so to speak, and also the lighting. So have it obvious that this is the source of the light by having it dim over here and brighter over here, that kind of thing. Yeah, it is impossible to know where they're going to move next, but that's how it makes it challenging. Yeah, so I think right now the graphics imply the game has more than it really does have. In a way, the graphics are sort of misleading. There's not much going on behind the scenes for these slimes. They're just randomly changing their positions, X and Y coordinates. And then the Lua script says if they're close enough, they just attack you. They do an attack roll. So there's no motion really. And the AI is ridiculously simple. So the graphics might imply that there's more going on than there really is. Have arrow keys a darker shade during cooldown. Yeah, something like that. Okay. Let me not get too distracted now. I wanted to make sure that there are no more script errors. No more script errors, good. And then I'm all checked in, right? If so, yeah, I guess I can push that. The next thing on the list was to... Actually, maybe I can alter these. Let's do this one first. Well, instead, if they give up mid-path, let's have them calculate a path back to the entry point immediately. So that is in here, where it says give up. Give up. Give up is true, right? We can immediately change his right. We can just say return false at this point, right? Return true as if we reach the end of the path. Let's just do that. Let's see what that does. Return true. So returning true from guide path. He won't say that because he's not guiding you anymore. Instead, it will find a path to the return point. So this should actually work. That's easier than I thought it would be if that works. Let's try it out. Edit script. And then we'll have George lead us halfway through to the path. We'll have him go like between the two bridges and then we'll just kind of wait and not follow him any longer because we're scared. He's like, I'm scared. I don't want to keep going. He should give up and then path immediately back home. Ooh, it worked. First try. Yes. That was easy. Hey there, Endurn. I don't remember making you a mod. Isn't that weird how my memory works or doesn't work? Hey there, Krasner. Oh, you were talking before. I just didn't wave to you. There, I waved. All right. Well, that was easy. That was what, a one-line change? So what do we call this? Consider path done if guide gives up. Guiding. Super easy. You erased my memory, yeah. It worked. That sword works. Did you say Mernin? Nope, you didn't say Mernin. But you just did, so Mernin. Nern. Krasner. Oh, yeah. That's probably what happened. So we had that yesterday, Andoran, but my bot banned them all. So, well, banned the ones that chatted, and then later I banned the other 14 of them, which was a thing. That seems to be like it's happening at least once or twice a week now that I have to go through and ban a whole bunch of bot accounts. Did the guy say the way is out here? I don't think he did. He shouldn't. Oh, he did. You are correct. Oh no, I'm getting killed. Ah! Revenge shall be mine. Okay, so that is a bug. You're right, Toulouse. Zippy bot 92. How are you doing? You like the mod message headers? Yeah, that's all the work of CM Griffing. He made the chat overlay that you see. All right. It's if that flag is set. I guess we want to turn that flag off when we give up. Oh, we set it as a delta, but I don't, okay, I can mutate it in place for the purposes of that. False. We should probably say that as a comment here. Or do I want to do that? It's sort of a code smell that I do both of these, isn't it? You know what I could do is down here I can check for both. So if it's guided and I guess we'll say not NPC delta dot guided or that it equals nil. Yeah. I guess technically you could be set to true, but no, if it was already true, then it wouldn't be. Yeah, let's try that. I think that will work. It means it's not, it's true and it's not being changed. All right, let me refresh to clear chat. I should have like a button to clear chat, shouldn't I? Let's talk to George again. Help. Yes, leave me out. I think I want to change his tether range too. Does such a good job fighting those slimes. Let's have him get almost to the other bridge and then give up. I'm too scared to go on, George. I'm too scared. Okay. But he didn't say, this is the way out anymore. Oh no. Quick. It's chasing me. Kill it. Kill it with fire. I so love that he like defends me now. If I stand here, I'm totally safe. You want to see your name, your change in action? What are we waiting for in Yada? People who don't know, Yada is the chat client that I use, made by Hideo. You want to see my change in action. What change? Yeah, Mike, it was 19 accounts. 5 of them chatted. My bot timed them out immediately because they were all less than a week old. But I still had to follow up and report them all to Twitch. Oh, a PR that you made. I see. So you have an enhancement on the way. George, you keep revealing the secret passage. Don't do that. Oh, the autocomplete. Right. That was a great idea too, I remember. And he said so right away in chat. So there you go. Good job, Endorn. Okay. This one was Toulouse's 97th point. Fix bug in MVC Declaring path success when giving up. And right now it's all hard-coded. I do want to go back and clean this up and like remove the hard-coded chat lines. I think instead it should just trigger a dialogue that is set up in the NPC, like NPC path complete dialogue or path start dialogue, that kind of thing. And then I can make this more generic and I can have other guides in other places. Okay. Let me work on the aggro stuff. So in preparation for that, let me widen his aggro range and demonstrate the problem. So we'll say his aggro range is 3. So immediately he's going to aggro on one of, well, not immediately. Why is he hanging out here? Is he just wandering over here? Or is he trying to get to something? He's just hanging out. Okay, so he'll kill that one, but right now if I look at him, he's aggroed on this one down here. So he's going to chase that one forever. He'll never path. So if I talk to him and ask him to go, he will not go. Actually, he might now. Actually, he's probably constantly gaining and dropping aggro. What happens if I ask him to move? Yeah, see, he's like, oh, let me lead you out, but then he never does because there's a slime there. What happens if I walk too far away? Yeah, he's preoccupied by this slime. So I want to change the code that computes the aggro distance. Where was that? It's pursue or return, right? Right, close enough. Right, it's using Manhattan distance. In fact, I should probably search for Manhattan distance, see where we use. Try to attack. Well, we don't need pathfinding for that. It's if they're right next to us. Tether. I think I do want to have this use pathfinding distance. And really it should become a cost. Yeah, I forgot about that one. So yeah, this one, right now it's just looking at all enemies in the entire world, I think. Yeah, all enemies in the entire world. And see if there are any there in the same zone and are nearby enough. So not only is this broken for George right now, but it's also very inefficient because it's going to look at all enemies everywhere in the entire world, where it should just have some locality. So I want to change this. Instead of looping through, we want to do a kind of a search that gives us everything within range. And then we can see in all those spots, are there any enemies? How would I do that? I guess we would look at every single entity and see every single entity within range of a pathfind and see, are they an enemy? The other way I could do it is enemies could be a table instead of an array, and the key could be the entity ID. And then we can just do a quick lookup to see if anything that we can see is an enemy. I'm kind of leaning towards that. What is how I use enemies? There's where we build it. Okay, so I could do it. Right now it's just an array, but I could have it keyed by entity ID. Yeah, that's the only place we use it, right? Can you raycast? Right now that's what it's doing. The problem is it casts across this impassable dirty sewer water, and George doesn't want to step on the water because he doesn't want to get his boots wet. It's raycasting and seeing that there's an enemy within 3 squares of Manhattan distance, and it pulls aggro, and I don't want it. I want it to actually compute the path distance and find that that these are way far away pathwise. That's what I want. Also, you know, we could have a visibility check that not only do they have to be within path distance, but they have to be visible. Like if there was a wall here, right now George sees through walls. It might be nicer if George couldn't see through walls. That slime's getting uncomfortably near. I'm going to stand over here. Okay, so I'm going to have to change the C++ code, right? Which means I'm going to have to do this in the test environment instead of the production environment because I don't have this code integrated. So yeah, let me flip over to the test environment. See what's going on here. And how come I don't have a login here? Am I in the correct window? Let me start over again. I wasn't in the correct window, that's what it was. I was in Firefox. All right. Test environment. Where I have some test lava with test particles. And there's Bob. Problem is right now Bob does not aggro off of anything. And these NPCs are all broken. I think I need to fix my NPCs first. Yeah, so let's see if I can copy stuff from here. How am I gonna do this? Looking at the zone, I guess. Actually, I don't need to look at that. I have it recorded here. Zones. Sewers. Right, I have NPC classes. Did I have that in Cavern? I did not. Yeah. Okay, so I need to update the test environment Cavern. Okay, let's just do that. And I'm only going to bother with one kind of enemy right now, just to make it easier on myself. I need to get that new class set up. Delete that. Do I need a respawn point? I guess so. Or no, I don't need. That's a different system. All right, but I do need to set up a class. So I had in monsters, right? Right, slime. Right. So this is essentially the prototype of a slime. The tile set might not be right. We can fix that though. Let's just copy this and add an entity for this. So new entity. Why didn't that work? Oh, I need to be clicked on something. Oh, that's the one I just made, right? No. What is that? There's something with just a position and nothing else? Let me remove it. So the one before that would have been 986055, right? That's my camera. Okay, so this is the one I added just now. All right, so it has, it's a class. Add. Remove the position. That's the entity number. So I don't have nice tools to do this yet, so I kind of have to do it manually. So I want to put that in Cavern for this class number. Done. Remove the position. Yes. Fetch. All right. I need to find out what tile this guy is. Tile 7 in 1147. Okay. $11.47. Everything else is fine, right? Okay, gold is not in tile set 6562. What is gold in? 2363. Okay, anything else I need to change? No. Okay. So I suppose we'll just destroy all these old enemies. See ya, Joe. Nice knowing you. I think the old... Is the old spawning thing still in there? I think it is because it's still spawning stuff. So I need to remove the old spawning system. And replace it, right? With this one. Okay, removing all these guys. These are the old obsolete NPCs that don't work. We should be getting some script errors because the class doesn't exist, right? So I need... Oh no, the zone isn't updated. That's this zone. Edit. Okay. So the NPCs is wrong. So let's fix that. It should be this. Actually, it's this whole thing. Oh, the spawn point is probably wrong. This number. Edit. Where did I control the spawn point? Spawn range, but where's... Oh, it had to have a position. I remember this. I need to actually give it a position in the game. So, let's pick a position. I'll just steal the position and put it here. Sure. If I did that correctly, slimes should start to spawn there. But I might be missing something else. Probably need to update some of the other scripts. Probably like stuff like utilities needs to be updated. What else might need to be updated? I did NPC spawning, right? Let me look at NPC spawning. See what it also relies on. Select by chance. Where is that defined? Utilities. I just updated that one. There's an NPC class limit. Oh. I see the bug. Or I see an error. Hold on, which system? I'm guessing it's NPC spawning line 38. Okay, yeah. What's it saying? NPC class is nil? Oh, it's NPC class, not class. Aha. What was that number again? I need to make better tools for this. There's the class number. Right, so this has to be NPC class. That. Add that, remove this one. Now let's try again. Okay, there we go. So it spawned one up there. And let's have Bob aggro range increased. Let's make it very wide. Go there, kill it. Why are you not killing it? There you go. His home range, he doesn't roam very far. I guess that's fine. Well, no, let's have him roam further. I want to see some action. Let's pull one of these slimes down. Actually, no, there he goes. Why is he so slow? Oh, is he tethered? Let me see. Updated his range to 6. Oh, wander range is 3. No, but the home range it should be used, right? Why is there a G for home? I forget why this is there. I'll have to look at the code and find out what home is used for. I'm wondering why he's moving so slow. Oh, I remember why. There is a action cooldown, right? You just set it to 0.5. Submit. Now he should move twice as fast. If I place him here, he's still slow. Okay, what am I missing? Compare him to George. Look at all the things he's aggroed on. And then compare to that. He's got the old cooldown thing. He shouldn't have that anymore. Does this have an next? He doesn't. Interesting. I think I forgot to update some of these things because he's missing some fields. Action time and all that stuff. You changed the system function to call every half. It should be already. Ah. Yeah, this field should have been removed. Why is it not being removed? Did I not update the AI script? Is that the problem? Did I just forget to do that and I'm just dumb? Yeah, I just forgot to update. It's old. Update. Now what's he doing now? There he goes. Oh, we got a bug. Drop aggro. Oh, okay, drop aggro isn't updated. Drop aggro. Cool. All right, now he's going to keep this cavern clear. So I think what I want to do is place where those slimes spawn, like down here. And when I have him path around here, I want his attention to be grabbed by those slimes. Or no, wait a minute. I want to replicate the problem we were having the other place. I want to put a barrier. Okay, I want to put a barrier between him and the slime. So the NPC class has their spawn point, right? And let's put the spawn point like down here, -8 by 9. Update. And let's have him not wander too far. Three by 10. So right here, is that right? So if I place him up here, he'll path back. Yep. Okay. Why are the slimes not spawning very quickly? That's what... Never got to the bottom of that. This chance is like really high. It's like 50% chance. Why are they not spawning? Oh, I wonder if it's picking spots way out of range. Let's put -7 by 7. And then let's update the range, spawn range to just 1. There we go, there's one. How come he's not fighting it? What's up, Bob? Why did it take him a while to fight that guy? Weird. Okay, anyway, let me do some repainting of the world. I want to put like a barrier here. Let's remove this thing. To make it so he has to go all the way around, right? And let's increase his aggro range. Okay, aggro range is actually pretty high already. Is it his wander range? I guess we can increase his wander range too. I don't know why I have both. It bothers me. I can't remember. And why aren't the slimes spawning? Shoot. Right here. They should be spawning in this rectangle here. Why are they not? Okay, there's one. Why is it so slow? I feel like I have a bug in the NPC spawning here. It tries once a second. Try spawn. I wonder if it's this. Are we running into a class limit because I have slimes that have escaped the world somehow? The chance to drop was not the loot. The loot table is separate. The loot... Oh, wait a minute, you're right. Duh. Thank you, Toulouse. Where is this chance? What's the chance encoded as? Select by oh, it's in the zone. This one. %. Well, now we have a whole bunch of slimes all of a sudden. So I don't need to do this. Yeah, I don't know what that was. Anyway, Bob should be aggroing off of them. Yeah, so he's trying to get to these slimes. And I want to change it so that right now he shouldn't aggro because the real cost of seeing them is that. This is good. I can just leave it like it is. He should be dropping aggro. Right. He should not, but right now he is. I set his wander range to 6. Actually, I need to find out what the difference is between the range in home and the wander range. Let me find this. The wander range is used for dropping aggro. Is that the only thing it's used for? Okay. So this is how far we'll go to pursue an enemy. Oh, this must be how far to randomly wander around away from home then. So this should really be called pursuit range. wait a minute, it does both. So do I not use home range then? NPC.home is used where? Is used when we're patrolling. I don't know why I put range in checkpoints or progress. I guess I could search for what tether is set to. Okay, when we're patrolling, our tether point is home. If we're pursuing an enemy, it's the tether point is the last point in the progress along the path. And if we're what's this again? Oh, this is the old code. This is the normal enemy NPCs will tether to their spawn point. So then do I really need this range in the home? Because it's never really used. No, it's used here. Oh, I see. But I really don't need to use that, right? Can't I just use wander range? Okay, so this is when we are patrolling. No. I need to understand this correctly. This is how far away we can get to the tether point before we snap back. And then what is that? Tether range. Oh, that's how far away we can get to the tether point before we stop trying to get there. Okay, so it's like two different thresholds. So this ought to be lower than that. Like 2 or something. So this, when we get 6 squares away from our tether point, we start returning. And then when we get within 2 squares of our tether point, then we stop trying to return home. That's what that means. All right, Bob. I don't want these slimes to wander so far, so let me fix that. That's set up in the class. Wander range, yeah, let's have them only wander like 5 squares away. So these guys should all try to get back home now, right? Oh no, that's the prototype. I need to delete all of these slimes and have fresh slime. We want fresh. We want our slime fresh. That's a new one up there. Whoops, I just put a hole in the world. Let's fill that hole. There we go. Yeah, so he'll only wander 5 squares away from this point. I don't want them crossing over there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So yeah, see what he did? When he got up to here, he snapped back down to here, to his home range. And that's encoded in the class, right? Yeah. Okay, it's starting to come back to me what I did. So we can have up to 6 slimes. There's their hit point range. This is their bonus to hit. There's their dexterity, armor reduction. How far away from the home they can spawn. I guess that's just copied, so... There's range and then there's wander range. So where is the range for slime set? Is it in the slime itself? No. So wait, how does that work then? Oh, it's the spawn point. Oh, it's encoded in the spawn point. So wait a minute. Oh, it is the spawn. So it's the same range as the spawn range. They're the same. Got it. So these guys will get 5 squares away and then return. If they get further away, they snap back in there. Okay, good. All right. So Bob is angry at these slimes, but he can't get to them because he's not pathing there. So I want to. I need to do 2 things, right? He has to actually try to path there if he has aggro, and he shouldn't grab aggro at all unless unless they're within path range. So which one do I want to do first? I guess I can do the pursuit first, because that's just yeah. So pursue. How do I do this? Actually, if he's pursuing an enemy, that's more complicated. Let me do that later. I need to clean up the checkpoint system. Okay. There's like 5 different things I want to do, and I keep bouncing between them. Let me go to pathfinding. It's this find reachable places I want to wrap with Lua first, right? It's returning me positions with costs. There's also a previous. Oh, because we get the path built in. Okay. Got it. And in Lua, I've been encoding positions as an array with 2 coordinates in it, X and Y, right? Thank you for that follow. Toulouse, by the way, you have 98 points. Only 2 more and you'll be triple digit. Triple digit points, yay! Okay, I guess I'm making a unit test for this. Similar to this one, right? Do I want to have C++ version and a Lua version? I guess. Yeah, let's do both. So let's do the C++ version first. Copied from the pathfinding one. Should give you 2 points. What are we doing? We're working on the game I'm making. Me hurts. Oops, and I mistyped my own command. There we go. So this game is inspired by the Ultima series, and right now it's a custom engine, so I'm working on the engine for it. So this is a test environment. The real environment looks like this, where we have George, our NPC that we've been building up his AI. He's designed to lead you out of the dungeon and along the way fight these slimes. So in this test environment, I've replicated that because I'm working on the part of the AI where he is trying to fight these slimes, but he's just trying to go direct line of sight, and there's he can't swim, so he gets stuck here trying to pass over this water. So there are 2 problems. One is that if he were to want to fight these slimes, he should do a pathfinding algorithm to wind his way around the water, right? The other thing is he shouldn't try to fight these slimes at all unless they're within a certain distance, pathfinding wise, and not line of sight wise. So I'm taking some code I wrote, and I already lost it. Let's pin this so I don't lose it again. Find reachable places, right? And I'm going to incorporate that into the game so that when Bob is looking for enemies, rather than looking line of sight within a certain number of squares, he's going to do a find reachable places within a certain max cost. And of all the places that he finds, he'll see, are there enemies there? And if there are, he will start to pursue them. And the pursuit is, again, either doing a pathfind again, or we can use the search steps that we found here to construct a path that he can follow to his enemies. That's what I'm working on today. So I think the first step is to just make a unit test where we test that this can be integrated into the game. So this will be called FindReachablePlaces unscripted. So we're gonna set up a maze, right? So the same maze as before. That means I can keep this setup here. Except maybe we'll remove the swamp. No, well, let's keep the swamp. And then we'll have a max cost of like 5 or something. 1, 2, 3, 4. Right, so we should be able to reach in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's set up some extra walls, actually. I don't have a destination in mind either. Actually, you know what I can do? I can put the starting position there and just simplify it a bit. And I can set the max cost to like 5, and it should be reached here, 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 and here, and then up here, but not down, right? Let's put some more walls. Like that. Is that enough walls? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, let's set max cost to 4. And we'll say so this is going to be finding unreachable places to find all the positions reachable within 4 with 4 or less cost. Yada's not showing you any moderator actions. When you chat, you see the mod icon, but you can't click on names and see mod actions. I see the mod actions. I don't know why you don't. Is there an FAQ? Yeah, so I have lots of commands. For example, VS Code explains why I usually use Visual Studio Code and not Visual Studio. You can just search through my notes for stuff. It's all in OneNote. I want to simplify this a bit. We don't need a wall there. What if I make it max cost 3 and I just 1, 2, so I don't need anything there. And I don't need these walls. That simplifies it a bit. So let's put in the cost. Numbers indicate expected cost. And we'll just put 0. So that's 1, 1, 2, 2, 3, 3, right? The swamp is prohibitively expensive, and I don't need a swamp there. Right, so let's just simplify. 3 swamp tiles, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 walls, and then there will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 positions we can, no, 5 positions we can reach. We're not going to include our own starting position. That's good. Find all 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 6. Find all 6 of the positions reachable with 3 or less cost. And there we go. That's it. Do I need ground? I'm going to say no. I'm going to simplify this a bit. I'm going to say that we only need swamp and wall. I'm going to put wall... Actually, doesn't matter. We'll have these just be void, and we'll make void cost 1. No problem, Zorak. And let me wave to you. I wave to people who chat in my game. And I have a little stream helper that reminds me of who I haven't waved to. So, hey there, me Hertz and Geekenagel. Or Geekengale. I didn't see you chat before. Or if I did... Oh, I did see it. I just didn't notice you were a new chatter. Hi. Okay. I get kind of focused on my work and I don't keep up with chat as well. If you chat and I don't see your message, feel free to tag me in chat. All right. I guess to make it simple, we'll make that the origin. I think that's what I did in the previous test, right? Oh, wait a minute. I think I made the bottom left corner of the origin. Yeah, let's make this the origin down here. So, -1, 2, 3, 4. Right. Well, let's do the swamp first. 1, 0, right? 2, 0, 3, 0. And then all of the wall tiles. 0, -1. Let me get rid of these old ones. And then 0, -2. And then 1, -4, right? And then 1, 2, 3. 2, -3. And then 2, -2. 4, -2. And 4, -1, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, -1. Okay. I got all the walls, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So there are 7 walls, 3 swamps. And we're going to start at 1, -1. So from 1, -1, there's no destination. This needs a cost function only. There's no heuristic. Why is that? Why is there no heuristic? Oh, because it's just reaching out the frontier. It's not searching for anything in general. So there's no heuristic function. I can drop that. Drop the heuristic. Let's name this after the template. So it's find reachable places within the zone. Here's our origin. Cost function and max cost is 3. So what we're going to get back is... I need a new type for this. Something that mirrors search step. That has 2 positions in it and a cost. So let's invent something. Reachable place, I guess. Yeah, reachable place. And let's make it, instead of a vector, let's make it an unordered map. And the key can be the position. That way you can look, you can walk through it if you want. Yeah, let's make it an unordered map from position to reachable place. So a reachable place would be a combination of a position and a cost. Actually, I think I want to order it. We'll order by cost. So, does that mean I want to flip these or no? Maybe I do want a vector. No, hold on. What do I want? I kind of want to sort them by cost. But even though if they're sorted by cost, I want to be able to look them up by position, right? What do I do then? Maybe combine position and cost. And then the value, that would be the key, and then the value would be the previous? No, that's not going to work. Maybe I want a custom data structure. I can't decide. What do I want? The way I'm going to use it most often is I'm going to want to walk through it by increasing cost. But at any given position, I'm going to want to retrace it back. Actually, you know what I can do? I can have that internal, and I can have, so I can make this its own data structure, which has a method called retrace, or path to. Yeah, so let's make a custom data structure. So we'll call it realm server components reachable places. And it's up to me to define what the constructor would take. Let's have it take an initialization list, and then the things in the list would be constructed from these things, I guess. So it would be the first. Which one would we expect first? I don't know. It depends on the neighbor order, I guess. So what's the neighbor order? Where did I do that? Let me find it. Where did I put it here? Neighbor. Left, right, up, down. So if it's left, right, up, left, and then right, and then up, and then down. So it'll do this one and then this one. So the first one will be 1, -2. 1, -2, and should I put the cost first? Cost, and then X, and then Y. Up. Well, do I need to? No, I don't need to do this. So the next one will be the one to the right, which is 2, -1, right? Let me get my little cheat sheet and put it here. So that's 0, 0, then that's 1, 2, -1, yeah. And then all the cost 2's, the first one would be from this one go up, so that's 1, -3. And then the next one will be over here, so that's cost 2, 3, -1. And then the cost 3 would be 0, -3. And then this one is 1, 2, 3 by -2. So those are all the reachable places. Oh, wait a minute. I need to not only encode the position, but the previous position as well. So the previous here would be home, which would be 1, -1. The previous to here again would be 1, -1. And for this one, 1, -2. And this one is 2, -1. And then this one is 1, -3, and this one is 3, -1. So the idea is that given that this one, you could retrace it back. So that is there, and then tracing back that goes to there, and then that leads you to your origin point. Cool. So that's all the data that we get when we ask the system to find all reachable places from here, given these walls and swamp pieces. So I need to update this cost function. So 1 was a swamp, so that's 100. Yeah, and so 2 is the wall, which is very prohibitive. And then if there's no tile at all, it's cost 0. Well, cost 1. Yeah, there we go. In fact, this should be a 1. It always costs something to move. Actually, there's no reason for me to make... I could just do this because I know it's going to be initialized, but it just feels wrong. So there might not be any tiles at a position, and that's fine, right? Does the neighbor function return something if no one's there? That's the problem. Let me see. Neighbor function. Oh, it doesn't. It can't pathfind through void, so I need to have a ground tiles. Okay, we need to add ground tiles. Yes. Because we have that condition. Okay. I wonder why I did this. This is really not necessary. We could just have all 4 positions as possible neighbors, as actual neighbors, right? Yeah, there's really no need to do this kind of lookup. Why did I do this? Did I just decide I don't want to pathfind through the void? I guess. We'll leave it for now. Maybe I should make a note, though. Consider simplifying this. Simplifying the find neighbors function in that to not require a position to be in the position index in order to be considered a neighbor. The consequence would be you could then pathfind through voids. But I don't want to have voids in the actual game anyway, so maybe it's not a big deal. It would be faster just to not even do these checks at all, but to just push all 4 neighbors in the list. Anyway, because of that, well, I'll have to have ground tiles after all. Ground. So then let's bump all of these to 2, and then bump all of these to 3, and then I have to create the ground tiles. Ground tiles. How many ground tiles do I need? I should probably put an extra set of tiles out here. And we should not... So any number now becomes a ground tile. And I put these out there on purpose so that we... they should exist but not be reachable because they're beyond the max cost. So let me get my cheat sheet again down here to help me. So at 1, -1. And then let's just go up from here. So 1, -2, 1, -3, 2, 3, and then 0, -3, and -1, -3, and 0, -4, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep. Okay. And then to the right, it's 2, -1, 3, -1. 3, -2, 3, -3. And that's all I need to do, right? So let me count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Good. All right. Ground tiles. Swamp tiles. Walls. So ground costs 1. Swamp costs 100. Wall costs that. I was going to build in the max cost to this. And I didn't get around to it, did I? Yeah. Oh, but it could incorporate that, right? Yeah, why don't I just do that? No, it's okay. We can keep it. Doesn't matter. Max cost of 3 from that spot, so I need to make this data structure exist, and I need to make that a function. It doesn't. It only in the Lua wrapper, because we had it available. In the C++, it doesn't, but since you're calling it yourself, and you have that number available, you could just give it to your own cost function. So I didn't bother. I guess I could have done the same thing on Lua too. How did I do that? Find path. NPC guide. Did I do the same thing? No, this is passed in. I didn't really need to do that though, didn't I? I could have just used that. Yeah, why did I do that? I could have just used that. Oh, maybe it's because I wanted to make the cost function reusable and not capture that. That might have been why. So would I want the same thing in C++? I guess maybe. Let me put a note here. Consider passing the maximum cost to the C++ cost function rather than expecting it to be captured. Because right now I can't make reusable cost functions. We don't need this key anymore. All right. What's first? Probably reachable places. So let's define what that is. Need to go to includes for that. Include ECS components. There we go. All right, where to put this? I guess we can put it anywhere. Where do I feel like putting it? There's a lot of data types. Do I just want to put it at the end here? So struct reachable places. Actually, it's a class, isn't it? It doesn't even need to be a class. Do I care if it's transparent? I don't think I really care so much. To expect this isn't path either. This is reachable places. To expect that I can compare them might not be needed. I'm wondering if I should just iterate them to get a vector and then just compare the vector. Thank you for that follow. I'm just thinking, like, how complicated do I need this data structure to be? Or do I even need a special structure? What if I make it a simple structure that contains the unordered map in it? I think I want two things, though. I want to be able to find things quickly, but I also want to be able to navigate from one to another. I mean, I want to find them quickly, and I want to be able to iterate them in increasing cost. So the increasing cost thing would be a map, I guess. No? an ordered map of some kind. Or a set. Actually, a set would be best. Gosh, I really can't decide what I want. Why is this so difficult for me today? It's not Monday, it's Tuesday. How did I do it in pathfinding here? I just made it a vector of search steps. I think I just left it up as an exercise to the reader, so to speak, to be able to find previous positions from the search steps. But internally, I did have a priority queue of search steps, as well as a vector and a map. Maybe this is what I want. A priority queue and a map. Actually, a priority queue is more than I need, right? It could just be a vector. A vector of reachable places. And then a map. No, an unordered map. From position to reachable place. Places by cost. In cost order. And this is places by position. There we go. Twitch keeps getting stuck for you. How's it getting stuck? Like the video stops? Or the chat doesn't work? Struct reachable place will have two positions in it, right? Modeled after search step. Position and previous. And then a cost. So the idea is you would iterate through this if you want to get them in cost order, and then for each one you get the position, and if you wanted to follow the trail of breadcrumbs back, you would take the previous and look it up there. The cost is that I have 2 copies of each reachable place, but I think that's fine. These positions aren't much, right? It's just 2 integers. So it's fine. Hey there, Crumpet. How are you doing? Okay, so that's what I'm going to go with. That means that in the test, I can just make this a vector of reachable place. Or reachable places dot places in cost order. And do I want to verify that all of these are in there? I guess so. That's a little bit more strict, but I guess that's what we want to do, right? So we want to like iterate for const auto reachable position, reachable place in reachable places dot cost. So let's keep a count. Actually, we can just assert, right, or expect that the sizes are the same. These sizes should be the same. Geekengale, hi again. How are you doing? Hi there, iGrock. Maybe store an unordered map where the value is an index. So that saves me some space. I guess. Will that be hard to compute though? I can go with that. So we can try that. Thank you very much. Int. So this would now be places by position. It would be place indices by position. That actually makes it easier, right? For me to test. Yeah, because I don't need to do this anymore, or this loop. So I can actually do that. Kind of like this, and I have to qualify this. Okay, so it's a little bit complicated, right? It's each of these is a pair, and the first thing is the position. So if it's unordered, it doesn't really matter the order I do it in. So I might as well do it in order of index. So the first one would be, yeah, 1, -2, and its index is 0. Oh, I put that on the wrong side. That is there. 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We'll rely on unordered map being comparable. So that's 2, -1, and 1, -3. 3, -1. 0, -3, 3, -2. You have food, you clean the coffee maker the long way, and you have coffee? Nice. Okay, so let's make the prototype for this one. Find path. So it goes here, right? Reachable places. Find reachable places. Const. So, not all of these, right? Starting position and a cost, and that's it, right? Only 4 arguments. So it's sort of like a reduced... Well, it looks like it's doing less than find path, but it's actually giving us more information back out. Use the A star. It's not. Is it still using A star? I think it's just doing a. It's just doing a frontier search with the cost. So it's really just doing what is it called? Breadth first. I kind of want to look at what the what was that link again? Did I put it in? Did I put it in the game? A star? No. Path? No. I should have done it. I should have put it in. I should have put it in a command. Dang it. I had it in chat many times before, but that's because I need to search for it again. Hold on. Would it be in my search history? Hold on, let me find it in my search history. Yeah, I found it. Here it is. I want to put that in here so I can refer to it, because they have a name in here, right? Breadth first search. Use a breadth first search algorithm to find, well, is it really breadth first or is it Dijkstra's? It's really Dijkstra's, right? Well, it favors lower cost, but it's not searching for any spot, right? Like, I guess we'll call it Dijkstra's algorithm. Use Dijkstra's algorithm to find all places that can be reached from the given starting position even in the given zone of the world, using the given cost function and maximum cost. Yeah, I didn't show the history on stream, no. I hope I didn't. I also try to make sure that I don't keep the like I don't do, if I do personal searches and stuff for non-stream related stuff in Chrome, I wipe the history. So I try to just use Firefox for all that, and I reserve a Chrome for the stream. I wanted to make a command that, right? Add com a star Raimu recommends this blog for as a good introduction to pathfinding algorithms, including a star. A star. There you go. Too bad it's not dark mode. Proselytize about nav meshes? I don't even really know what a nav mesh is. Are you talking? Oh, nav mesh, is that what we mean when we talk about, they had this up here, right? This thing? Is this what you'd call a nav mesh? Where you have places you can navigate from and to, and the whole thing becomes a sort of a mesh? Yeah? Okay, so in my game, it's really simple. It's like this, right? Oh, interesting. Oh, this one lets you set up barriers. Look at that. You can set up walls. Now I forced it to go the other way. Yeah, my nav mesh is a simple grid right now. But if I used a hex grid, it would be a hex grid. And if I had something I can 3D with continuous coordinate system, I would have to make a nav mesh, right? Basically points that are choke points, right? Or an approximation of the what you can navigate on a map. So there's no ending position and there's no heuristic. This is the entity identifier of the zone in which we want to find reachable positions. This is the position from which to find other reachable positions. Reachable positions. The return, information about all positions reachable from the given starting position in the given zone and within the given maximum cost is returned. There we go. Keep it simple. All right, so to get this to compile, I need to have a body for that. Place it here, but I don't need to fill anything in yet. Just make that auto. Components. Arrow to that, and we'll just have it return an empty one for now. Just to get it to compile. And why is this still a problem? Oh, probably because reachable place doesn't have a constructor like that. Oh, it does, but I have to nest things like this. And it has to be in order, so I have to put the cost at the end. So I gotta take this out and put it there. I love the multi-cursors thing. Isn't that sweet? And this doesn't work. Why? Can I not construct an unordered map that way? Yeah, it's going to be hard to interpret that error message. Hey there, Ral Rita. Yeah, I'm chaotic neutral. Not good. Chaotic neutral was like the Robin Hood, right? Or was that chaotic good? Chaotic neutral was more like just random. Alright, what's the bug? Attempt to reference a deleted function. Compiler has generated a hash there. Function was explicitly deleted. Conditionally enabled hash? What? Is it just telling me I can't construct a hash that way? Like, what if I make this empty for a second? Will it work then? Really? I can't okay, it might be that is also... It doesn't take that kind of constructor. Certainly it'll take a default constructor though, right? No? Still? Chaotic neutral will be the guy that follows the rules when it benefits him, and then don't when it benefits him. Well, chaotic means you don't follow the rules at all, right? Lawful is you follow the rules. Chaotic is you don't follow the rules at all. And neutral would be that it follows the rules when you suit. So that would be true neutral, I think. Chaotic neutral, I think, is you don't follow the rules at all. And then good, evil, and neutral. That's what's the right word for that? Morals. So it's lawfulness and then morality, right? Seems like a hash function isn't defined for the position object. Oh, unordered map requires that? So map, if I made it map, it would work if because of an order, right? So I haven't worked enough with unordered map, so you're probably right. I need to define a hash function. Let me look up what's required in the dev docs. Unordered map. So what does standard hash require? That's struct hash. It's a specialization. How do I get just the generic? Is this it? Okay, I guess I'm just looking at this. Ramy, wowee, look who's here. It's Ramy. How are you doing, Ramy? You can provide a hash function yourself by specializing standard hash and overriding operator. Do I have to do both? What if I was just looking like, do I just need to, okay, I just need to do that. Wait a minute. The enabled specifications. I just need to have an operator parentheses then, right? Sore throat, I'm sorry. I'm doing well. Sorry that you have a sore throat. Hope you get better soon. I'm going to give igrok another point, because igrok is teaching me how to use unordered map. Made a pass-through class for dictionary and named it urban. Okay. Hey there, ProSam. I should respond with my reverse cactus. Okay, let's see if I understand this right, and igrok is teaching me that I just need to have an operator parentheses. So what does it return? Oh, I just compute a hash. That's fine. I remember doing this in C#. Compute a hash value from the position to be used in to satisfy the requirements of standard hash. If I say that, I'll just say standard hash. And there's no other. Return a unique value. Unique value is a value is returned, which is unique for the. Actually, it doesn't need to be truly unique, does it? What does this say? Oh, okay. So it just has to be improbable that they're equal, but they don't have to be equal. So just say, which is, I'll just say a hash value generated from the position is returned. There we go. Pro Sam. It's a Sam, yes. You don't think that adding it as a member will work, but I can try? Yeah, I like to try stuff to make sure that it's really needed to do the other thing. Like, it seems like I shouldn't need to specialize it if it worked. Like, it shouldn't need this a specialization. This should just work, right? There's no other. So let's go here. And it's not bool, it's size t. Let's just return, I don't know, x times 1,000,000 plus y. Build. Here's a geek, there's a geek, and another little geek. Who's the geek? Geek and Gale. No clapping the Rex here. Why not? I think Raimi needs rest. Hope you feel better, Raimi. So I guess it does need... No, it says it's attempting to reference a deleted function. Function was implicitly deleted because the base class invokes a deleted or inaccessible conditionally enabled hash. That's for Sam. Kelp. I don't know what kelp means. Blah, blah, blah. Where's an example? Here's an example. Oh, do I not have equals? I do have equals, so what's the deal? I don't want to have to do that. Why do people do this? I don't get that. Why have a result type? Just put size t here. Argument type. Why not just put s there? Like, why? And then why use type def instead of using? I don't understand. I mean, I guess I could do that. I don't want to have to do that, though. Templates are weird. Let's look at unordered map. Because you would think you'd just be able to use the default. Okay, I won't tell you what to think. Each specialization of this template is either enabled or disabled for every type for which neither the library nor the user provides an enabled specialization. That specialization exists and is disabled. Disabled specifications do not satisfy hash, do not satisfy all that junk. They exist but cannot be used. But why? That's since C++ 17. Do I care? I'm not using C++ 17. I'm getting kind of frustrated not knowing how to do this, and it's getting in my way. So you know what I'm going to do? I know iGrok is going to hate this. They do the using typedef in place to take advantage of argument-dependent lookup. See, this is just more than I know. Just give you more points for just knowing that, and I don't know it. Assign it to Hideo. Yeah, so what I'm going to do that iGrok is going to hate. I'm sorry, iGrok. But I'm going to make this a map. Ugh, I made it a map, not a unordered map. But guess what? That'll probably make everything build. I'll fix it later. To do. Learn how to properly use standard unordered map with a custom key. Probably involves specializing standard hash, which I don't want to do right now. I'm the map, I'm the map. Oh, I'm the map, I'm the map, I'm the map. I knew iGrok would hate me. You know, if you unfollow and unsub or whatever, no, you're not sub, but if you unfollow and all that, I would totally understand. But I don't want to get too stuck right now. I'll use a map. And it's not compiling because I didn't change the test. I'll just use a map to get past that for now. Unless this is going to continue to give me trouble. Too many arguments for expect. Because why? Oh, because probably it actually wants to see that. Oh, and sometimes it needs that as well. And I don't really understand why. Now what? I don't understand this at all. Is it because... No. That's map. Hold on, what's there? Is it trying to tell me? It's somewhere else, I think. 1114 here. I'm guessing it's the constructor for reachable place. I need to be explicit about it. Yeah. Think I have an extra parentheses after expect equal? No, it's these implicit constructors aren't working. I thought that they would. Because I thought a struct has an implicit constructor that just takes like an initialization list, but I guess it's not gonna work. Oh, you mean the... No, these are matching. That's fine. So we can construct a pair with a position and an int that way. So that tells me I can construct a position that way, but for some reason this isn't constructed correctly. And I think it's these. If I comment those out... Oh, but it could be that I'm missing parentheses around there. That's probably what it is. It's that macro. It's getting confused. Nope, that's not it. So I must be missing... You must be right. I'm missing something. What am I missing? On 15. Now that's fine. That one matches that one. This matches that. That matches this one. Is that not a vector of reachable places? It is a vector of reachable place. Cost order. What does it not like about that? Man, you give me such a verbose error message that I can't understand. I don't know what this is trying to tell me. Failed to specialize equal to operator. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on, what? I don't get it. Oh, it can't compare. Okay, does that mean I can't like compare it to itself? That's certainly I can do, right? I can't do that either? What? I can't compare vectors of reachable places. Why? Because place can't be compared? Oh, that's why. Place doesn't have a comparison. Position does have it for that reason. I remember this now. I have to have a comparator. I don't know if I need the negative comparison, but I at least need the positive one. Just for kicks, put it in there. Yeah. Now, will that compile? Don't need it to link, I just need it to compile. Yeah, it just doesn't link. Okay, so that's what it was. And then I can uncomment this again. Make sure that compiles. Just doesn't link. Cool. And then that should compile as well. It just doesn't link. Okay, so let's implement this one here. Copying this. Where to put that? After remove sprite. Delta position. Position. I don't know. I don't have this sorted very well. Before impl though. Like right here would be good. So this is reachable place. Okay. So it's just comparing them all. Previous cost. Actually, I don't even know if I need to compare those. The cost, I don't need to compare. They'll be equal. It's impossible not for them not to be. Yeah, isn't that weird, iGrok? It might be it's because I'm using C++ 11 and not 17 or something. But yeah, I had to be explicit about the comparator operator. And that's wrong. Oh no, I'm just looking wrong. I don't know if I need not equals, but it seems out of place to have equals without a not equals. It could be I'm using Microsoft compiler and it's just stupid, right? Maybe the Microsoft compiler is just not smart enough to generate one for me. Okay, anyway, that's building, and that means I can run it, right? And see it fail, because it will return me an empty list. All this setup. See, C++ is trouble. I should heed my viewers' advice and learn Rust. Okay, I don't have a pretty printer for reachable places. I might want that. I had a pretty printer for place, right? Oh, stream. Right, I have one of these. Let's make a pretty printer for reachable place. So it's position previous. Let's do it this way. Doesn't look too bad, does it? How come it didn't like that? Oh, I need to do print to. Oh, shoot. I can't just shift it out like that. Crap. I guess I can do that, and then I can do print to this, comma, OS, and then resume shifting. And then again, a print to this one, OS, and then resume shifting. And then this one I can just shift out reachable place cost. I need a comma, don't I? And then that. There we go. Hey there, Darky Sharky. I'm doing pathfinding, that's right. So I'm right now integrating another pathfinding algorithm. This one's like Dijkstra's algorithm. Is it not defined there? It's DIK. I'm integrating this one where we can find all the places that can be reached from a given starting position using a given cost function and a maximum cost. The test environment is set up to where Bob is trying to kill these slimes, and there's two problems with that. One is that he is trying to go straight to them and hitting this barrier of impassable water because Bob is afraid of water because he can't swim. He needs to pathfind around here to get to them. The other problem is I have his aggro range set to like 5, and right now it's line of sight, so if he sees within 5 squares in any direction that there's a slime, he'll aggro and try to get to them. Instead, I want it to be a max cost of 5, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He should stop looking here and not see all the, basically, quote, see all around the barrier and see these slimes. So you shouldn't aggro them in the first place. And for in the real game environment where I'm going to use this is George, where he's programmed to walk this path to guide players out. But while he's walking this path, if there are enemies nearby, he's supposed to take a detour and fight them. Right now he gets stuck here because he sees a slime 2 squares away and he's trying to get to it. And that's because it's doing direct line of sight cost rather than computing the actual cost of getting to it normally. So introducing this algorithm will be like, when he's searching for enemies, he'll search along Dijkstra's algorithm, so he'll only see the reachable spots within 5 squares, not the line of sight 5 squares. And we can also adjust that so he doesn't see through, like this, see through walls. If there's something on the other side of this wall, maybe he wouldn't aggro it because there's, maybe it would be too costly to see through a wall, even if it's a secret passage. So here's the prototype for that function. I haven't filled it in yet, but I have a generic implementation in a template that I pulled in from a previous project, and I just need to adapt the types in this template to the types in my game, and then fit this unit test. So the unit test is from this spot where X's are walls and tildes are swamps, that we compute all these reachable positions, and the numbers here are the costs. So it costs 4 to reach all the way out here, 3, 2, and 1, so there are basically 2 pathways. And we're testing that the algorithm doesn't choose to walk through a wall and doesn't choose any path through the swamp, because the swamp will cost, the swamp costs 100. Walls are basically impassable. We set the max cost for this test to be 3. So it should return all the 1s, 2s, and 3s, not the 4s. That's the test we're trying to pass right now. And I was just making sure that the pretty printing worked, and it's still not working. That's what you get when you don't have a pretty printer, so I'm missing something. I wonder if I have to declare it as well as define it. Let's look for print 2. I probably need to declare it. Yeah, okay, that's what I'm missing. I'm missing the declaration. We need to declare it and then define it. So this is a port function for Google Test to print out the values of a reachable place class. Reachable place. This is the reachable place value to print. And I'm trying to get the test framework set up nicely so that when I can use it basically to verify my implementation. Yeah, it is kind of cool and complicated. I like to do stuff from scratch. So if I were to use a game engine, stuff like having George figure out who his enemies should be would probably be built into the game engine somehow, right? And I wouldn't have to worry about that. And alternatively, you can think of it as, it's complicated now, but once it's done, it's going to be like, in my logic, a one-liner. It'll be like, George, find enemies within 3 spaces, and then I get back a list. Yay. I don't have to worry about how complicated it was to get that list anymore. I can just use the list. That's the whole goal. Run. Okay, so it's nicely printed, pretty printed out. So this is what we expect, and we get nothing. And this is the index, and we get nothing. So we're going to fix that now. Right? I'm going to implement this. Here it is. So it's empty. And I had it going from the outer interface to the inner one because when I wrap it with Lua, I want to do the same thing. So let's do the same. We'll have it delegate basically to an internal method. Passing things straight through like that. And it means I need to define FindReachablePlaces in the internal implementation as well as the external interface. So I'm going to look for find path. Go to here and just paste. And this will again, I don't have to do that trick here. I can just do that. Yeah, so I can just do that. And that's all I need to do, right? So I just need to define that next to this one. Did that take me to the right place? Sort of it did. Yeah, so it goes here. And here I do the auto trick so I don't have to say the namespace twice. That's just a little trick. So I could do that, and then like an empty implementation would just return an empty one. So like if I didn't do that trick and I did that, it won't compile unless I do that, right? I hate doing that because I think it's redundant. Why is this not working though? This should have worked. Oh, because it's components that. And why is this not working? Too few arguments. Oh, because it needs to return that. So that works, but I don't like this redundancy here. So what I choose to do is just make that auto. And this is like the new way of like putting your return value type at the end instead of the front. Because it's at the end, it's within the scope of that, which means I don't have to say that in front of that type. I mean, I can if I want, right? But the cool thing is I don't have to. It's within scope of that, so I don't need to be redundant. Okay, cool. Time to implement it. How am I doing on time? Wow, 3 hours and 15 minutes? Time flies. I forgot to say hi to Darky Sharky. And my stream helper is helping me out. All right. How did I implement this? I'm going to end up repeating the find neighbors thing, aren't I? Because this needed a find neighbors. I'm wondering if I can make this thing internal. Yeah, I kind of want to. Yeah, let's do that. So let's extract this out and make it an internal function. So find its components, impl find neighbors with some arguments, right? We don't know what yet, and just going to paste that. The argument is this, and we're going to return that, which means I should probably just do an auto and then have it an arrow there. And collapse this, right? And then close that. I just need to declare this now. So go to that declaration, paste. And we can put this on the left side, remove this, and we're done. I'll document it in a bit. Okay, we need a zone ID. How do I do that? How do I capture that? That was captured before. I could just make this a generator then. Yeah, so I'll do this trick here. And I'll just have it return find neighbors. Or just I can just say it return this. And do that. Find neighbors factory. So instead of returning that, it's going to return a function which does that. And then we tunnel the zone ID here. So that's int zone ID. And actually, will this work? I think it will. I just need to say a function that returns that given this. So it's a function that returns a function given that, and the point of that is to capture this zone ID. Now, why is it not letting me do that now? No suitable user-defined conversion. Oh, because I don't have the type correct. Maybe I should just say using neighbors, find neighbors function equals that. Then I give it a name that I can put here. Just call it function factory. And then put that there. And then that works. So then it's a two-step process. Right, so this is just find neighbors function factory given zone ID. That should have worked. Why didn't it work? Not compatible. Oh, type qualifiers. Shoot. That should be const. So should this be? Now does it like it? Yes. Cool. So it's going to call the factory basically to bind that zone ID with this function, basically capture the zone ID so we can use it here. But it allows me to put the actual logic in one place, and just we have we'll end up with a slightly different variant of this code. Actually, I'm not sure how the compiler does this. I think it just ends up making a function that takes two arguments, a zone ID and a position. That's how it ends up working, right? Going to be undefined behavior if you capture the zone ID by reference. I don't think it's by reference, though. I think it's just an int. This just means implicitly capture everything, and I think by default it captures it by value. We can be explicit if we're not sure, so I can say this and zone ID, right? So now it's explicitly not by reference, it's by value. The only danger is that we need to make sure that the function that we were using can't be called after this is destroyed. But we're using it, we're only using it within the scope of calling that anyway, so it's no big deal. Should use equals instead? Oh, there you go. But I was explicit there. Isn't explicit better? You need an equals for capturing values. I didn't know that. Let me give you all points. So equals is captured by value and ampersand is captured by reference. Okay. Well, this is safer then, right? Explicitly saying we're capturing by value. It's funny because when I had that, the tooltip still said it was by value, right? It says just int zone ID. If I was explicit and said zone ID, then it'll say it's a reference, right? No, it doesn't. Interesting. So the tooltip isn't even helping me. Cool. I kind of prefer explicit when it's separated from where it's used. Like when I had it down here, I made it implicit because I'm like, we're never returning that. We're just using it within our current scope, and so it should be safe. Thank you for the follow. VS Code. It's not VS Code's fault. It's the IntelliSense, which is from Visual Studio, I think. Anyway. Fine. So I extracted that out so that I can reuse it down here as well, right? Actually, let me just take... Actually, I can just do the same thing with this, right? Entries at position does what? It returns an entity with depth list. And this also has... Okay, so we want to make another one of these factories. So auto components impl. What's the name of this? Entries at position. Entries at position function factory. Int zone ID. Entries at position function. This is const. Paste. And let's be explicit. This zone ID. And we need to declare this. Let's put that up front. Remove that. And then say using this is a standard function that takes... What does it require? It doesn't take anything. So what does it return? It returns an entity with depth list. There we go. And that should... Good. So then we'll use that instead of this monstrosity. Oh, I need to make it. So I'll do that. Zone ID. Why didn't it like that? Oh, it needs... It actually takes an argument. It takes a position argument. I didn't think it did. Hold on. Oh, it did. I'm just blind. Okay. it takes a position. Yeah, okay, so that fixed it. Right, so then the difference between these two... Why do I have a wrapped cost function? Oh, right, this is adapting the types, so I want that, yeah. So it's much the same thing, actually, for the beginning part. We'll have a wrapped cost function, but I don't need a wrapped heuristic function. Instead of find path, we're calling FindReachablePlaces. Reachable places. And there we go. So it's completely wrapped there. And then the result is reachable places. We'll call this wrapped reachable places. And that thing is a vector of search steps. So we're just going to process it. So for const auto reachable place in reachable places, we're going to return that. So we're just building this, right? So I think just so that I can see that all in the same place, let me put that there but comment it out. Okay, so we'll have a reachable place. And then I can construct that in place, right? I forget the syntax. Is it just this and then I put the positions in here? So the position is from this thing. What is that again? That's a search step. Position. And then previous and then cost. Okay. So it's like 1-to-1. So it's just that then. What is the setting to show the spaces of the indent? Let's see. Toulouse probably has it. Render white space. Yep, he got it. Good job, Toulouse. Do I have a command for that? Nope. Add com white space. The setting in VS Code to show spaces is named editor.render white space. There we go. Soon I will have a command for everything. Okay, ultimately we want to put that into this dot places in cost order. They come back in order, right? The list is sorted in increasing total cost, so it's already in the correct order. So I do want to put them in order. Push back. Actually, we can do an in place back, right? And just put this there. And then I don't need that at all. And then this one's dot indices by position. It needs a position, right? Okay, so it's this. So can I also do a in place? I think I can, right? But in place takes what? It takes a pair. So the first one will be the position, and the second one will be the index. So that is this dot size minus 1. Or would it be cheaper to just count them? Index and just say index plus plus. And then we're done, right? Nope, I got something wrong. I probably abused the template somehow. See if I can try to interpret these. Bunch of templates. Reachable place. What? What is it trying to tell me? 780. It didn't like that. Why not? No overloaded function takes 3 arguments. Oh, there's no 3 argument constructor. So in place requires a constructor. Okay, fine. We'll do it the other way. The way I had it before. So we just make one. Like that. And we'll just do push back standard move wrapped reachable place. There. Well, it should accept that one at least. Nope. But maybe it's a different line. Let's see. It's always hard to read these error messages. I wish it would list the place in my code, 787. So it's this line that it doesn't like. Okay, so is it the same thing? That is a map, so I can just index the position equals index plus plus and call it a day. It gave me a warning for that one. Conversion from size t to int. Oh, why don't I just make it an int then? Make it a size t, I mean. There we go. That probably wasn't the error, though. Probably the error was somewhere else. Hey there, Aunt Perry. Oh yeah, George is now very upset at this slime. He is aggroing the slime even though he shouldn't, so I'm working on code to make sure he doesn't aggro slimes unless he can reach them. Then he'll only get mad at slimes that are on his side of the fence. But yeah, if they get on his side of the fence, he slays them. Watch this. He'll go after that guy. Ruthless. And he'll even leave the loot there for someone else. Okay. I'm almost there, right? Or did this build? No, it needs to return a value. I forgot to have it return a value, obviously. 707. Oh. Do I just want to return that? Yeah, just return. No equal. Abort. I gotta wait for it to finish and then build again. Okay, it got further and there's some other problem. Let's see where it is. Is it the comparison again? .1125? Yeah. Oh, because that's a size T now. Gotta get the types. See, C++ is a type strict language. Yes, and finally. Let's see if it works. It worked. First try. Adam pass, Tim good. 2 of my favorite emotes. All right. I'm happy with that. Let's check that in. Actually, no, I'm not completely happy because I didn't document. Let's go back and document some stuff. I did not document this type. Let's look for struct position and just copy this stuff. Oh, actually, I don't like that comment. Let's just make one from scratch. This represents, well, this is used to return in pathfinding information about what places are reachable at what cost from a starting position in the game, given some cost function and maximum cost. Should we actually say that it's used to return pathfinding information from the name of the function is what? FindReachablePlaces function. This is used to return pathfinding information from the FindReachablePlaces function about what places are reachable at what cost from a starting position in the game given some cost function and maximum cost. All right, so this is the sequence. Well, should I just say, I don't want to say vector. Let's just say these are the places reachable from the starting position in order of increasing cost. And then this, I wanted to make an unordered map, but I don't know how to do that with position yet because I'm a noob. But I have a note to tell myself to figure that out at some point, because this is more costly than an unordered map. If we only needed to index to find the cost, or no, it's not a cost, to find the index into this vector given a position, I don't need to order them. I just need to have it look up. So that should be an unordered map, but I don't know how to do that with a custom key yet, because I suck. But that's okay. I'll learn how to do it later. This is used to look up the index of a position, of a reachable position, in the places in cost order collection. Right. Exactly. I like it. Did you get your one note with dark theme? How did I get it? That's a setting. Let me take it off screen for a second so I don't leak anything. Yeah. It's under options, it should be there now, but it's only in OneNote for Windows. I don't know how to do it for the OneNote online. But yeah, it was under settings options there. The settings is this thing. Light. Dark. I wish that they had it on the OneNote, on the online OneNote, but they don't seem to have it yet. All right, the reachable place wasn't documented either, right? Right. This holds information about a position in the game world reachable from a given starting position. Okay, so we're going to say this is the position of the reachable place. This is the previous step. Actually, let's not use the word previous. In the path from the starting position to this reachable place, to the reachable place, this is the position of the I don't want to use the word previous. It's kind of hard to use the word previous when I want to use the word previous. This is the last step. There we go. Predecessor. Predecessor, last step. Either way, right? I'll give you a point for helping out. Which sounds better? This is the last step or the predecessor? Did I blind you? I'm sorry, Toulouse. I read something the other day about there's like some people are like there's like a backlash against the dark theme. They're like saying everyone is so super sensitive about the light theme and they claim to be blinded, but really light theme, or was it they were saying there's no scientific evidence that says the dark theme is better on your eyes. It made me want to look up to find scientific information to see if they were correct or not. This is the end. What's at the end of Glitched Out? Hi, by the way. I never said hi to N. Perry. I need to fix that and say hi to N. Perry. You use light themes to anger people? The path, this is the... Let's use both words. Predecessor or the... This is the predecessor or last step. All right. This is the total cost to reach this place from the starting position. All right. And we're done, right? Let's see if Git agrees. Actually, it's not that Git agrees. It's that if I see any undocumented function added, I'm going to blind you. Oh, I put that in there, but I didn't actually need to use it. I guess we can check that in by itself, because we'll probably need that to use unordered map, right? So add a hash operator to position. This is currently not used, but probably will be needed in order for position to be used as a key to any standard unordered map or set. So I'm not done with that work. I'll come back to that later. Oh, I didn't document that. So around line 302 of the internal interface, right here. Okay. Let's define the types first. No, let's leave them together. This is the type of function returned by the FindNeighbors function factory function. That's a function that returns functions. That's what I usually call a function that returns a function. I'll use the word factory. Just to remind myself, if I see the word factory, it means, to me, it usually means a function that returns another function. So the parameters, the parameter is the position, right? This is the type of function returned by the function. The returned function returns or calculates the neighboring positions to a given position. This is the position for which to calculate the neighbors. Return the neighboring positions to the given position are returned. Okay, and then this one is generate a function that will calculate the neighboring positions to a given position in the given zone of the game. Its argument is the zone ID. This is the entity identifier of the zone in which to search for neighboring positions. A function is returned that will calculate the neighboring positions to a given position in the given zone of the game. I like that. And then the entities at position function is similar. Probably mark operator parentheses as explicit, otherwise position will be implicitly casted to size. I thought that's different. I thought that was I thought that's what size operator size t. Isn't that the implicit cast? This means it's callable, and if you call it, it returns a size t, right? Dijkstra. So I'm pretty sure these are different. But it's a good teaching moment, right? And I wasn't sure myself. That's why I was asking you to confirm. My understanding is that this is the signature of an implicit typecast. If you have one of these in your class or structure, it means wherever a size t is expected, you can use a position and it'll be implicitly casted by calling this function. This one means you can take a position and call it as if it was a function itself, and it returns a size t. So similar in a way, they're both kind of taking a position and returning a size t, but one is implicit and the other one's explicitly a call. And the only difference is the operator's on the left side is the size t, and you have 2 extra parentheses, which makes it so easy to remember the difference, doesn't it? Hey there, Batcraft. I don't know how I remembered that, other than that this is the argument list. That means that this goes with the operator. Yeah, right. That's how I remember it. It's the thing immediately to the right of the operator is which operator is it. So that's operator parentheses. This is operator size t. And operator any type means implicit type conversion. That's how I remember it. All right, so let's go back to where I was documenting, right? I've jumped around here quite a bit. Is that where I was? No, I was right here. So, just documenting some stuff, Batcraft. I just recently added another feature into the game where, given a position in the game, it computes all of the places that are reachable within a certain number of steps. So this is the test environment where a number is a distance in cost, not necessarily squares, but cost. So like if we wanted to include the swamp, this would be 100. This would be 101, right? But we're not counting those because the max cost in this test is 3. These are basically impassable, and so is the wall. But yeah, I'm going to use this function, FindReachablePlaces, to replace the aggro system. So in the real game, George right now is using line of sight distance, or as the eagle flies distance, to calculate who are his enemies that he should chase. So right now he's trying to chase this slime because he thinks the slime is close enough to fight. Really, the slime is far away in terms of the number of steps it would take to get there. So when I replace his aggro function with this, he's only essentially going to look for enemies that are close by that he can reach and ignore these slimes here. So he might start to see this one if he gets close enough, but he won't see these until he goes all the way around to this other bridge. That's the goal for today, but I don't know if I'll get it done in time. I'm kind of running out of time. I need to take a quick break. Let me finish the documentation, I'll take a quick break, and then I'll assess how much more I can do. I can probably do the Lua wrapper, but I'm not going to get it fully integrated with his AI logic yet. This is the type of function returned by this factory. The returned function calculates, well, it really finds all the entities in the game that are at the given position, at a given position, in the given, no, that's it, right? This is the type of function returned by the entity. Why do I have entries? It should be entities. I completely misspelled that. Let's fix that. This should be entities. And then this one should be entities. I love search and replace. Entities at position function factory. The return function finds all the entities in the game that are at a given position. This is the position for which to... This is the position at which to locate entities in the game. The information about all the entities in the game that are at a given position is returned. Okay, and then similar comment to this for this function. These are it gets complicated because it's a function that returns another function, and then we use the return function later. It's sort of similar to binding. We're binding a function to a zone ID, and then we're able to call it and not have to continually pass the zone ID, which is useful because we're passing it along to an algorithm that doesn't care what zones are, and so we need to have bound all the information we need into the function that we're using. Generate a function that will find all entities in the game at a given position in the given zone of the game. This is the entity identifier of the zone in which to search for entities at any given position. That will find all entities in the game at a given position in the given zone of the game. There we go. Okay. All documented now. Git is happy, maybe? I'm happy with Git. So I was able to remove the auto thing because I didn't need it. I documented that already. That was our name fix. So I did two things. I added documentation. Actually, did I? If I didn't push this, maybe I just amend the previous commit. What was the last commit? Oh. Wait a minute. Then am I not understanding these? Wait, what is the last commit? Hold on. It's saying that that was already checked in. Why is it saying that? Did I accidentally check in more than I thought I did? I did. I checked in more stuff than I meant to. Okay, I need to let's reset that. So, how does that work? I just do reset mixed. Right, reset mixed, and then I just redo it, right? Because I just wanted that hunk to go with that hunk and not these other things. Right, okay. So that's what, shoot, I lost it. I already wrote the comment. What was it? Git ref log. This one. Add a hash operator to position. Oh, but there was more, wasn't there? Let's get the full thing. So that's this commit, so I can just do git log that. There we go. There's my entire commit. There we go. Git GUI. Sublime merge. I could try that. I mean, I'm okay with the tools I'm using. They're not the best, I guess, but I'm open to trying new things. I'll check it out. Thanks. Tobdone. Why do I want to read your name as Tobadone? It should be Tobodone. That sounds more natural to me. Hey there, Tim. How are you doing? You're on a work trip, so your streams won't resume until 5 days from now? I hope you enjoy your work trip as much as you can. When you have a chance to not be working on your work trip, then try to have a good time. You guys should watch Tim when he comes back on his stream schedule. When he comes back. He is an excellent streamer. He's making his own games with his own game engine in C++. Kind of like me, only his game engine is a lot more done than mine is. And he's also a member of the Live Coders team, right? Or am I getting my streamers confused? And he's also the owner of this awesome emote, which is now one of my favorite emotes. To be done. But that was taken. Okay. Oh, I see. As in letter B. To be done. Got it. All right. Let's add that to my list of pronunciations. Pronunciations. There we go. Fixed. Yeah, have a good day, Tim. So you just came by to say hi? That's great. All right, let's fix the Git stuff. That's... Okay, that's good to go. And then this is integrating the FindReachablePlaces. So integrate FindReachablePlaces algorithm. Not including this one, right? That will have a different commit. That's the test for this. So just make sure everything got commented. Yeah. Actually, technically, I can strip out one of these changes. Let's commit. Let's stage all of them and uncommit this change here. These lines and these lines. Because that's a separate thing, right? So that's that. Let's check this in next. So this is simplify declaration of find path function, because we don't need to use the auto because it's already in the scope of the class. And this is update the test cavern zone to work with latest AI scripts. And I really need to take a break. Hold on. Push that. I don't say your name right. How do you say N Perry? N Perry. N Bully. Oh. In fact, this is a good time for me to take a break because I probably need to answer that phone call. I'll be right back in a few minutes. Sorry, was that more than 3 minutes? Oh, stretch. Forget the 0, so I just say N parry. Not N0. Yeah, sorry about that. The phone call was, they wanted some health information, some insurance stuff. So I had to, took more than a few minutes. Anyway, this is working, and I want to use this in Lua. So just like I did last time, I don't know if it was yesterday or Friday. Can't remember my days anymore. But I want to have a test that does this, but in Lua. Kind of like this one. So I'm going to start by copying this one. Pasting it here, and then I'm going to replace the top part of the test with the script. Well, let's take the name and just say it's scripted. And we'll take the same arrange and paste it here. And this should just say the game find reachable places in a Lua script to find all 6 of the positions reachable with 3 or less cost. Select the function to provide a path that goes up and winds its way around the walls. Actually, that's not the same, or that's old. So remove that. Okay, so the same setup, right? Same setup as this. So all this is exactly the same. Paste that here. And then the act, I don't need a heuristic, so I'm going to delete the heuristic. And keep the cost function. And just make sure it matches the C++ cost function. So that's 100 and a whole bunch of 9s, and it did the same. Oh, I used the max cost here. That's fine. Yeah, so it turns out I didn't really need to do that because we knew it was 15 all along. So I could have just said max cost is 15 up here and then just used it inside of that function. But this makes it more reusable. This function can be declared anywhere and be usable no matter what the max cost is, so it's maybe a little bit better. It was a short break. I thought it was like more than my usual 3 minutes because I was on the phone for a while. Maybe it just seemed like a long time because I was dealing with insurance. Okay, anyway, we're going to call FindReachablePlaces. And it does not need a destination, and the source was 1, -1, right? This has to match the C++ test. 1, -1. Cost function, no heuristic, and the max cost of 3. Cool. And the zone is what we fill in there. Cool. What do we want to get out? How do I want to wrap the reachable places? I could just make a custom Lua object that, or 2 custom Lua objects, right? Well, actually, I guess it's just 2 tables. Wait a minute, you can't have a table with a key of position in Lua, though. So this might have to be a custom Lua object. Or this whole thing a custom Lua wrapper that has a method that looks things up there. Or we can just let Lua do the indexing and just return that only, I guess. So, but we're already doing the work in C++. So what if I just wrap this entire thing in a custom Lua wrapper? So then I wouldn't need to convert it to a JSON array to compare. We would do what? we would evaluate certain things about this, right? So like, actually, it's convenient to make it a JSON array. So I think that's what I'm going to do. But I'll do it in, we'll have results here, right? We'll make a JSON array out of the results, and that works with a normal array. So that means I can do like this kind of a thing. And then I can put whatever I want in the results. So for example, we can have the length of the, what are we calling? Not path, reachable places. So the length of it, right? And let's have a way that we can index each place. So reachable places 1. Yeah, I'm over time, aren't I? I'm not gonna get this done in time. Should I keep going anyway? What do I have the rest of today? I just need to eat. I don't need to do carpool today. I can keep going. Maybe get a snack or something and keep going. I don't know, unless you guys want me to stop. Are you guys sick and tired of me? Want me to rate someone else? I hope you're not sick and tired of me. You know what I could just do? I can combine these two together and get a list out. Actually, that's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to have reachable places dot or colon. We'll like define it as if it had a method. How does this work? It has to have a it has to have a function that takes itself as a parameter, right? Let's make George smarter. I'm trying. Places in cost order. Function call. Capitalize. I've been using that for methods, camel case, and snake case for variables. That mixture might anger and trigger some people. Do I care? Maybe I do care. What if I start doing it correctly, which is to make it, I guess it would be snake case for methods as well, and so it would be like that. So that we're saying will yield an array. Oh, I'm being rated by Zeratar. Zeratar, how are you doing? Hey there, Lyndon. So Zeratar, I was watching another streamer last night, triple jump something. Let me see if I can get the link. Triple jump games. Uh-oh. My computer wants to update Java. I think we're going to just ignore it for now. Yeah, Zeratar. So I was watching this streamer, Triple Jump Games. They're making a game that reminded me of Ravenfall. And I told them about Ravenfall, and they're going to watch your stream and try out Ravenfall on their stream at some point. So they're working on a game that's also got some Twitch integration, some like idle games sort of thing where viewers can like join their game and like set jobs like to either follow or to chop wood or other things. And theirs is sprite-based 2D, whereas yours is 3D and all that. But there are so many little similarities that I thought it would be cool to tell him about your game and then tell you about his game. I don't know if they're copying Zeratar, but it was just interesting to see the similarities. So, and he was really cool about learning about other people who are doing similar things, like making games that are integrated with Twitch. I think he's also doing it in Unity, so there's some similarities there. So yeah, it was really cool. So yeah, welcome Zeratar's viewers and Zeratar as well. I am working on my game. It looks like this. It's more of an RPG that you'd actively participate in, not an idle game. But it's multiplayer, and I have a split between front end that runs in the web browser and the back end that runs on the server. So let me log into my own game to show you. And thank you for that link there. So here I am in the game. I'm working on this NPC named George, and I want him to like help guide new players out of the dungeon. So I have this set up so if I talk to him and I ask him for help and I say yes, he will show me out of the dungeon. The problem right now that I'm working on is he gets sidetracked by the fact that there's a slime there because he wants to slay that slime, but there's a impassable water in the way. He can't swim, and neither can I. And so I was working today on changing the aggro calculations so that they don't aggro onto enemies that they can't reach. You can see the stream. Nice. The guard is like a dog that sees a squirrel. Exactly. So if I wanted him to actually continue on his merry way, I'd have to pick up that slime and drop him in front of George, and George will go happily go slay it. There you go. And now he's going to continue on his way to lead me out of the dungeon. So I'm probably not going to have enough time to fix his aggro problem. But he does do pathfinding now, and he slays enemies on the way. He even leaves the gold for me to pick up. Isn't he nice? He's now preoccupied with that slime, so I need to move him again. Move him in front of his path, and he'll take care of it and move on. So I recently put in the pathfinding so that all I need to do is tell George to make his way to this exit, and he does A-star pathfinding to figure out the way to go. And then when he gets to the end here, he'll say, here's the exit, and then he heads back. And again, the way he chooses how to move is based off of a pathfinding algorithm. It's just that he just gets preoccupied by things that get in his way that he can't reach. So I was extending the use of the pathfinding algorithms so that instead of, in addition to him finding his way, he's also going to use a variant of pathfinding to figure out which enemies he should aggro on. So I had the unit test set up and it's working, and I was just right now in the process of wrapping it in Lua. So here's a little unit test, right? So if George is sitting at the position marked 0 and X's are walls and little tildes are swamps, if we say, George, find all enemies in range 3, it's going to use this function called FindReachablePlaces with a max cost of 3. And the pathfinding is going to use a cost function to figure out that it shouldn't try to cross the walls or the swamp, but it can cross these non-wall, non-swamp places, like ground tiles or whatever, but only out to a range of 3. And this is working. So it returns a set of all 6 positions. These 2, that one, these 2, and that one get returned out. Actually, I'm not done with it. Here's the expected output, right? Here are the positions that are reachable. Here's the previous step to get there so that you can breadcrumb your way back to the beginning if you want. And then here's a lookup table to find, given a position, where is it in this table? So I was in the middle of wrapping that in Lua. So we have the same setup, only the cost function is in Lua instead, and we call it from Lua. And I was just trying to figure out how do I want to wrap the C++ results into Lua. And I was thinking I would take that entire structure and make a Lua udata, user data, and have a function called places in cost order that turns that into a Lua table. And then we can then wrap it in a JSON array. And actually, I guess that means I need to do JSON array of that, right? So that. It gets a little tricky in my integration between C++ and Lua. In Lua, this would be a table, which is like an array sort of table, so the keys are all integers starting with 1. But if I want to look at it in C++, I need to convert it into some kind of data structure. So the closest thing to a Lua array-like table for me is a JSON array, which is a custom class I made. And so I have a wrapper in Lua called JSON.array that takes a Lua table and converts it into a corresponding JSON array. And we have to do that for both dimensions here, both the outer results table and then this inner table. And then I haven't yet, I guess we're going to just do this at first. Maybe this is what I'll do today. I'll just do this much. So I expect the positions from the previous test here to be wrapped correctly in here. I just need to figure out what I want. So places and cost order has 2 positions in there and a cost. Okay, that makes it a little bit difficult. Because that each one of the things in that array will be a table with 3 different key value pairs in it. So I can't just do that, can I? Okay, my problem is more difficult than I thought it would be. Why are you not extracting those into Lua files? I'm not sure what you mean by a Lua file, but this is being executed in the game server, kind of like how George's script works. So if I show you George's script, that's NPC AI. Like this is how he does the pathfinding, right? So given a waypoint and his current position, we call what ends up being a C++ function to do A* pathfinding. It returns us a path, and actually I don't know why I'm doing that. There's a reason why I'm doing that, and I don't remember what it is. I'm converting it to JSON for some reason. I don't remember why I'm doing that. But that should be already just a table of tables. I think this is just redundant. Anyway, we don't get it back as a file, we get it back as a Lua table. Why inline Lua? Because then I don't need to recompile the server. It's really super convenient. I can make a change here and then just copy paste the script back into the game here. This is the in-game editor. So I just paste it here and submit, and the game logic is instantly in place in the game. It's all about speed of development. At the cost of this being in Lua, it's going to be a little bit slower. It's going to go through these wrapper layers. Like this is a Lua wrapper for a C++ function, so it's a little bit more expensive, but it lets me change this on the fly in the game without having to rebuild everything. Got some error converting the table to JSON, so you had to do that. But that was only in the unit test, right? Why did I do it here in the game? I don't remember why. Thank you for the follow, by the way. It might be that it's like past my normal end of stream time. I've gone 20 minutes over and I get tired. I don't know about you guys or Zeratar if you're still here, but after 4 hours, I like need to take a break and eat something, or else my brain just turns into mush. Just like, I guess, Lyndon, your brain is also completely mush. I feel you. I feel like that too, right now. My brain is all mushy. If this is going to return essentially an array of user datas, then that won't work with that. So I gotta do an iteration shoot. Okay. Let's do this, and we'll say reachable places is a variable we're going to have. So we'll say can I do local? Reachable places is a table we haven't built yet, and we also actually we can fill that in there, right? Oh, we already have that is there. I need to name this something else then. Reachable places in cost order. Right, and then, because essentially I want this to end up being an array of arrays. And the internal arrays, I just want the raw coordinates to be in there, like that. The raw coordinates and the cost. That's what I want. So let's do, I love multiple cursors, by the way. This is so cool that I can fix them all at once. I want that. And that is good enough for me, so I'll remove the one there and drop this part off. So if I want that, and in C++ it is this junk, I need to wrap this stuff. And I need to do some conversion to a flat table so that it can be pulled into JSON array. That's what I got to do. Streamed for 6 hours earlier today. Wrote a water droplet erosion algorithm for your terrain generation tool. Plus loads of errors. Feeling stupid just looking into this? Well, Gorsick, sick is part of your name. Oh, no, you said stupid, not sick. If you had said you're feeling sick just looking into this, I'd be like, well, that's part of your name. But don't feel stupid. I like to think of the phenomenon of someone coming into a project that's been going on 1,000+ hours as like, I'm looking at some large, let's say a mountain, using a microscope. And so I'm showing you in quite fine detail one grain of sand that's a part of a large mountain. You're not going to get a picture of how big the mountain is or what its shape is just by looking at these 30 lines of code. You're not going to get a sense of what I'm working on in the large scale unless I start to show you like this is one view of it, or if I show you the design documents like this that shows how the relationship between servers and client, and I can say the client is what runs in your web browser, the server is in Amazon Web Services cloud compute, and the in between is a WebSocket, and then you'll start to fit the pieces together, right? This is JavaScript, this is C++ on Lua, and if you want to know more about the details there, this is all in my notes, by the way. You could see this diagram where I can talk about the Lua scripts we were just looking at are run as part of this entity component system, which sends feedback to another element called the coordinator, which does the replication across servers. When they get executed, that feedback becomes changes to the component data. And how the ECS is laid out is yet another thing, right? So that's, where is that? Here. My Lua code, I also call system, the systems of the game, and they're just pure logic, and they operate on component data. And it's a closed loop system where they can read the data and they can request the data to be changed, but they can't instantly change it. It has to go through the entire loop. And then data is tied together through the concept of identity with entities. So two components can have the same entity ID. So when I'm looking at George, for example, George has an NPC component, but he also has a position in the game and he has a tile. And so I could change stuff like the position. I can move George around without changing who he is, right? I'm just changing the position component there. Are there any mountain goats? Well, I could show you with the microscope the goat's toenail, and then you still wouldn't really see the goat. Okay, thanks for the raids, Aratar. Looking forward to more of this? Yeah, when I get the engine done, you can actually play it with real content. I think it'll be fun, but yeah, it's going to be a while, so have a good rest of your days, Aratar. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, I don't know how much longer I'm going to stream because my brain is kind of mushy, but I'd like to get this working. So, assuming this is a Lua table of tables, we're going to want to loop through them, right? So for index value in I pairs, reachable places in cost order, do. And that'll be bracketed with an end, right? And in the middle, we should set up another, this table, right? So let's call this one, I don't know, place list. Place, yeah, let's just call it place list, whatever. So we're building, this is going to end up being this. Actually, it's going to be that, right? Do I have too many levels here? I think I do. I think I just want that. And get rid of the comma. So I don't even need that. I can just say place list. That's better. In fact, let's call it results. The results is a JSON array. A conversion from a Lua list. And so that Lua list is this list, and each element is itself a list. So I'm building a list here, right? Results, size of results plus 1 equals another list. Like that. And the body of that should be each value in that pair is going to be a Lua wrapped version of this thing. So I should be able to say something like v dot position dot x. Do I want to do it that depth, or just do dot position x? Just keep it simple. I think I'll just keep it simple. So position x, position y, and then previous x, whoops. Previous x, and then cost. No comma there. So we're extracting the things that we're going to compare against here. So now all I really need to do is I need to make a UData for reachable places. It needs to have a method called places in cost order that gives us a list of other wrappers that wrap reachable place. So that's at least 3 wrappers I need to do. Or places, I guess so. If I wanted to have more, like more than just this list, yeah, I'll probably make this one the places, and then put have places inside results. Oh, this will do. This will be enough to start with. This will take me long enough to do as it is. All right, so I need to define that. So all the wrappers are defined this way. When we link our ECS to Lua, we're making a meta table called game, and we're adding C functions to map to these methods. So FindReachablePlace will be yet another C function that we can call from Lua. So then where this is declared, I need to declare another one. Okay, that's the wrong one. How come it went to that one? It's not going to the right one, so I'm going to do a search and find it. This one. Now we need to find reachable places. And I go to that definition. Yeah, go there. It didn't go to the right one, did it? IntelliSense is not helping me today. It needs to go to the Lua one. Where is it? Oh, wait a minute. I'm looking at the wrong one. That's why. I need to look at this one. Excuse me. This one. Right. Okay. So I'm just going to copy find path and paste it, and we're going to call the copy find reachable places. All right. And so the first argument is our self, because we're calling it like a method. That's what the colon means in Lua. And then the other arguments are the zone ID, and then the starting position. Right, we're expecting a Lua array, and we're recovering a position from it. Okay, and then the cost. So we don't have a heuristic. We don't have an ending thing, and we don't have a heuristic. We just have a cost function. Max cost is the 5th argument. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes. So we're going to wrap the cost function the same way we did earlier. Is this all the same? I think this is just standard wrapping stuff. We're ending up calling a Lua callback function given 2 ND with depth lists. Right, this is converting one of these into a Lua table. That's what this does. And then this is the second list. Into a table it goes. And then call the thing, and then get the cost back out and return it. Okay, so I don't need the heuristic. Actually, that means I can combine these two, right? So I can just take this and paste it there and get rid of this. There's the cost function. We're going to call the callback with 2 tables and a max cost, a total of 3 arguments. Done. All right. So we're going to call FindReachablePlaces, and the result is reachable places. There's no ending position or heuristic function. The result is, what did I say it's going to be? A U data we haven't declared yet. So it's not going to be new table. I forget how to do this. Let me put a bookmark here and remove all my old bookmarks. Okay. It's like U data. Where do I push U data? I did that for JSON. Let me find that. Where was that? JSON wrapper? Oh, is this it? New user data, that's it. And then you call placement new on it. Okay, what do I need? It's gonna wrap what? I guess we would just wrap the entire reachable places result with the pointer. Yeah, we can do that. So yeah, I'm gonna want to dynamically allocate the reachable places then. That's gonna make a copy. That's unfortunate. I'll have to improve the performance of that later. For now, this is the essential thing I want. And I need to have one of these link Lewis for it too. And then what was this? Oh, this is to check that we get what we want. Don't know if I need that. Okay. Just talking to myself. This stream is all about Raimu talking to himself while he does code. And occasionally I answer questions. Go back to this. So it's not self. It is, what are we naming this damn thing? Reachable places, so wrapped reachable places. Right, it's going to be the same type as, it's going to be a reachable places. So it's going to be pointer to 1. And it's going to be a size of it. And we're going to do a placement new. Actually, I can do a move assignment, right? That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do a standard move. So it's going to use the move constructor. So this is using placement new with the, this is the reachable places move constructor. And then set the meta table correctly. Reachable places. And then I think I'm done. I just return that. Right? Do I need to wrap anything else? Because that is the wrapper. Done. A reachable place is easier to understand if I show you this unit test arrangement. So if where the 0 is a starting position, all of the other numbers are reachable places within this maze. X's are walls. Tildes are not quite wall, but they're costly to step on. And the point of this algorithm is to find places that can be reached within a certain maximum cost. So if it only costs 1 to step onto a ground spot nearby, then you can go up to 3 spaces away, and then that's as far as you can get, and you can't step on a wall or a swamp because they're too costly. So a reachable place holds on to information about the reachable places, plural, it's the list of places in order of increasing cost, and there's also a convenient lookup table that, given a position, you can find where it is in this list. A reachable place is not just where it is, but how to get to it, breadcrumbs leading you back to the starting position, so you can recompute. You can recalculate the entire the whole path to get there without having to run the algorithm again, and also how much it costs to get to that position. So it's not exactly flood fill. It's Dijkstra's algorithm, I think, is what we're using. I had a link to it. This thing. It's all described in this nice blog entry, and here's a nice visualization of it, right? So if it's costly to move on the green squares, and you're starting at the red star, then Dijkstra's algorithm is like breadth first, only it incorporates the cost of movement to find where you can go. So if this blue is called the frontier, this is kind of what we're finding when we're doing reachable places. We're finding everything within this frontier. That's how much you can reach a certain distance away. So if the distance was 1, you could reach 4 places. If it's 2, you could reach all of that. And then 3, and then 4. But then as you get further, breadth first would ignore cost. Dijkstra's incorporates cost. So you can't pass into this forest or whatever it is unless you increase the maximum cost. Now they describe it in terms of finding your way to that X. Dijkstra's algorithm finds that you can eventually get there along, and this is the shortest, the least costly path, right? But I want to use it in the sense of like, if we're finding all the enemies within a certain range, then we're computing a bounded area in which we're going to search for enemies. We're not going to look for enemies out here because it'd be too costly to reach there. Yeah, this article is awesome. I definitely recommend reading this if you want an introduction to A-Star or just pathfinding in general, because it talks not only about A-Star, but also about breadth first and Dijkstra's, and they work themselves. They work the explanation from something simple to the more complicated. A-Star is more complicated because, like the picture implies, it's directed towards the goal to get there quicker. Breadth first will find it, but it'll take longer because it's searching a wider space, and also doesn't take cost into account. I really like this site because they have these animations that make it really easy to visualize what's going on. So that's the breadth first, right? And then they have a Dijkstra's one? I guess it's the one we were looking at right there. And then A-Star is this one, where the A-Star shows that it reaches this faster because it uses a heuristic to compute that we're not gaining anything if we're staying in this region, so it avoids that region and goes around. Right? We're not getting any closer to the goal. It's all 22, right? Whereas greedy best search would think that it's getting close to the goal, but would get stuck and would have to bail out and go back around here. So yeah, the visualizations are very cool. I like elaborating until the cows come home about it and getting way off track. That's just me. That's me when my brain is mush. Okay, so this will give me a U data. We won't be able to call it though, but the unit test should actually pass the first step, so maybe I can run it now. It should pass that now. That should work. Let me test that. It should get to this fail. Should fail now. Did you find a loophole? I don't know. What loophole did you find playing with scissors? Oh, it had to do a full link. So, no, wait a minute. So it should be able to find my test, right? Yeah, run that. What's the error? 1206. No, it's still not working. So why would that not work? I suppose we can debug it. So we'll go into this and figure out where it went wrong. Debug. So we got into the function. That's good. Oh, yeah, it is telling me. Let me little stream helper says I forgot to wave to playing with scissors. So let me wave to playing with scissors. And then Elegane, I forgot to wave to you too. So now they made a little reminder. I guess I could make my stream helper annoy me with sounds. Saying, ping, say hello to Playing with Scissors, say hello to Elegane. Oh, yeah, I think Playing with Scissors is avoiding showing up in the overlay by prefixing all of his chat with a bang. Because he knows that Chris's overlay will ignore his chat. Very clever of you, Playing with Scissors. All right, let's see where we run into a problem. Oh, we're inside the cost function. So I got further than I thought I would get. So that means I probably made it all the way out of here, right? Go. No, I didn't get that far. Okay, so how far did I get? Oh, I bet it's calling this and failing. Let's see that. Repeat, please. Yep, that's what it is. So it's failing on this call. Why would it fail there? What's in that function that might fail? I mean, it's the same cost function, right? What would be the error? I guess I could look at the stack trace. I'm not getting the stack trace, though. I am if I go all the way out. So if I go out to the test here, I think I'm gathering a stack trace. Let's see. Results. Attempt to call a number value. Stack trace back in function FindReachablePlaces expression 16 in main chunk. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. It thinks I'm calling a number. Why does it think that? It's hard for me to show this on stream too because it's a tiny little tooltip. Attempt to call a number value. Stack traceback. In method. Find reachable places. Attempt to call a number value. Where are we calling a number value? I don't know. Maybe the bug is in that. It should go to there. This is the wrong one. Oh, is it calling the wrong thing? No. It's calling the correct thing. What am I thinking of? Go back to the breakpoint. It's getting in here. It's inside this cost function. What's it trying to call? Oh. This is wrong, maybe. It's not 4, it's not 5, it's 4. There we go. That was it. Still true? Do I get a lot more feedback? Oh yeah. I would go to work for weeks and no one would ever come to my office. And then my manager would ask input for my performance review. And so I would spend an hour writing up a list of my accomplishments, send it to him, and then I wouldn't hear from anyone for a few more weeks. And then he'd come to my office and say, oh, here's your review. And it would be just what I wrote regurgitated back to me. And I'd be like, didn't you talk to any of my peers and get feedback? And they're like, oh, they think you're great. They think you're great. And I'm like, no, they don't. I'm sure there are things that I can improve on. I'm not getting any feedback. I'm using a little bit of hyperbole, but you get the point, right? The company I was at did not care about giving people good feedback. People were just scared of, I don't know, making other people look bad. They were busy with their own work and they just want to get back to work, so they would not give much information to managers. Also, managers themselves were typically they didn't really want to do the people management. They wanted to get back to their engineering. So the feedback system was extremely bad. What company was it? It was Qualcomm. Yeah, it was terrible as far as getting and giving and sending feedback. It sucked. I really didn't know until I started streaming, and like it was just like a shock, like jumping into deep water. It's like now, like over the course of just 4 hours, I get so much feedback. I mean, just look at my notes, all the stuff that I write down here. This is all feedback, mostly, from other people. And this is just 4 hours. I'm getting all this stuff. At Qualcomm, it would take like a month maybe to get this much feedback. It really felt like I was isolated like stuffed away in a cubicle somewhere, told to work on something that was taking months, and never really knowing if what I was writing would get used or what. And again, there's a little bit of hyperbole because it's been a while. It's been like over a year, and what can I say about it? I guess I tend to remember the negative things more. But I didn't get enough help as far as improvement of my code. People would say either my code was great or they would tell my managers I can't read his code. So is it great or can you not read it? I mean, what turned out was, retrospectively, my code was terribly written. No one could read it. And everyone was scared to replace it with other stuff because they didn't know how to replace it. I was getting stuff to work, but the code was unmaintainable. I did not get any feedback to do refactoring or simplifying the code. And you see the marks of that here. I mean, look at this. You guys can't read this because this is just the way I've been trained over 20 years to write it. I have to force myself to stop and like refactor this at some point and maybe say like this part, break it up and maybe make these into functions at some point. This should be like wrap the starting entities collection, or really it's convert the starting entities collection into a Lua array, right? I would never write that comment at my last job because no one would ever ask me to, and like I can read my code well enough until I get a project to a point in scale where I start to forget why I wrote things or what things did. And then it would really hit home. I'm like, why didn't anyone tell me that they couldn't read this? Yeah, the culture at Qualcomm, at least the group I was in, they didn't care about really the quality of things. They just wanted stuff to work and get it done. And we would get to the point where we've like not refactored something for like 3 or 4 years, and they would say, why are you taking so long to add this new feature? And we would have to tell them, we can't add that new feature because none of us understands enough of the many layers of CRUD code that we've never refactored enough to add the feature without breaking 3 other features. And we would actually get to the point where we would strip out features that were broken just to get a new feature that was requested in. Because we were like, does the manager even care if the old feature still works? I don't know, let's see. And we would take the feature out and they wouldn't say anything. So like, I guess they didn't need that old feature anymore. Let's just strip it out because we're not good enough to have the code clean enough where we can add features without breaking other things. Yeah, I worked in teams. Near the end, I didn't have a team anymore because it was effectively taken away from me. I was sort of shoved aside because I conflicted with management about it. I'm like, we need more time to refactor, and they didn't care. So they brought in leads who just cared about deliveries and didn't care about the quality, and I kind of retreated from that and just focused on the work and I let the leads lead. And even if they didn't lead very well, there was 0 code review. There were no peer review at all. I would push for peer review, and the pushback would be, we don't have time to do that. We have deliveries to make. Is that why you refactor so extensively? I don't refactor enough. My code looks terrible. In fact, I'm going to leave these comments in there because to me the comments are a sign that I should refactor this into another function and call it twice, right? Because the only difference between these 2 blocks is this word here and this word here are different. The rest of this might as well be a common function that I call, and it'd be a one-liner, and you'd be able to read it better. But I don't have the good habit. Even, it's been a year I've been streaming, and I still haven't gotten good enough. I mean, maybe I'm setting the bar for myself kind of high, but I want to be able to write code that other people can understand. And I am so grateful for all the viewers who step up and tell me, I can't read your code, or what does that do? And then it forces me to think, I really should put more time into making this easier to understand. And I value that a lot, and I wish I could reach that bar that I'm striving for. I refactor a whole lot more than the average dev. I would hope that the average dev writes better code than me. I mean, it's hard to read my own code, and that sucks. This is an important part. I should comment this specially right here. This is where we call back the provided Lua cost function now that all of the arguments are properly converted / packaged to be consumed by Lua. All of the C++ arguments. So yeah, I was going along the path of wanting my code to be readable without comments, and the compromise was comments would explain what's going on until I refactor, but I would want to refactor this so that the comment becomes unnecessary. Because like conceptually, I want this to be kind of like convert entities to Lua, and I would just say Lua starting entities. And then if I had that line of code, would I really still need that? I don't think so. I think that line is readable. A lot more readable than that, right? So if I replace that with that, I would then drop that, and then I'd be done, right? So until I have that function, that my surrogate for a function call is to have a comment describing what the function that should be here is doing. Except for maybe this one. This is a key point that's obscure. Like, this isn't immediately obvious what the 3 means and what the 1 means. The 3 is the number of arguments we just wrapped. 1, 2, 3. 1 is the number of things that we're going to return from our function, what we expect. So that's more Lua's fault, that I have to explain in some kind of comment what's going on. Yeah, exactly. What's the 3 and the 1 here? We could just say that in the comment. The 3 is the number of arguments passed to the Lua function. The 1 is the number of return values expected. In this case, the what are we wrapping? This is the cost function, right? The cost, the computed cost of moving from, this is any positions, right? Well, this is really neighboring positions from one position to the other. Yeah, so that's more Lua's fault that these are obfuscated, right? But I don't know. I'm not going to go fix Lua. You factor a whole lot more than that. Okay, I already read that. You can do an int amount of arguments. Yeah, so I could do that. That maybe is something I need to train myself to do. Something like this, right? It's going to expect, in fact, I could document the type that it expects. It expects an int. So I can say explicitly int. Amount. Now, if I do this, though, playing with scissors, I'm going to trigger the long-named variable people. Right? But yeah, I could do that. Then you can read it a little bit. Then when you read that, you're like, oh, I know what that is. And then I can have expected return values from Lua is 1, and then do that, right? So you could argue that that's even better, because then I can drop that. It still doesn't really explain what we're calling, and that is buried in the fact that this protocol, the protocol of Lua call, is that the first thing you push is the function you're calling. So that's where I had a bug here, right? A little, like 10 minutes ago, I had that bug. I had the number didn't match, right? So like one thing I could do to make this even better is say const, what does this take actually? Is it an int also? Oh, come on. Come on, IntelliSense. It's also an int. I always want to check to make sure the types are correct. We can say the wrapped Lua cost function index is 4, right? And then we can use that here and here, but there's still a disconnect between that and that. So I might want to say that the thing that gets called
is what got pushed first on the stack up here. Or maybe we put it here. Or we're going to call the wrapped Lua function, but the protocol for Lua call, we're going to call the wrapped Lua function via Lua call. The protocol for Lua call requires we push the function first, then the arguments. So, like, now maybe you can read this and understand that we're going to be calling the function with Lua call. It wants us to push the function first, so we're doing that, right? And then this, I might say that to know what we're calling, you have to look up and see what did we push first, I guess. Watch any CPP con vids? Nope. Maybe I should, though. Perhaps a pound define instead. That's kind of what I'm doing with this const. It effectively becomes a pound define, but in a C++ kind of way, in that the compiled machine language doesn't actually have storage for this variable. Because it's const, the number 4 gets filled in place wherever the variable is used, especially when you compile it with optimizations on. Compiling with optimizations off, this might get some storage on the stack somewhere, just so that you could see it in the debugger, but maybe not even, I don't know. Pretty sure, though, that a properly optimized compiled version of this code, you would not have storage for that variable. It's this effectively the same as a pound define, only it has symbolic information the debugger can use. Whereas a pound define, you have to look at what was the preprocessor input to know what, you know, the fact that it had this name. If you consider using the Lua bind or similar meta library. Well, iGrok, then we get close to that boundary where I have to go from doing it myself to using someone's library. So yeah, I've considered it, but I like doing stuff myself, and so I basically make my own binds. So a compromise might be I might look at what Lua bind does, and then make my own version of that. And if I get tired of that, yeah, sure. That's an excellent suggestion. Anyone else who's doing this that wasn't insane like me and wanting to do stuff themselves probably would be remiss if they didn't look into Lua bind as a way to do this. You don't like non-doc block comments starting with that? Okay, yeah. So if that triggers you, I can do that. I guess I'm in a habit of most of my comments are doc block comments. But yeah, technically you're correct. I want to do that. You'd have the pound define perhaps in a different file or collected somewhere. Perhaps, but although this is very contextually sensitive, right? This is the function index for this context. In other contexts, the Lua cost function might be in a different index. So it's the locality of where this makes sense, right? I think if I move this anywhere, like I can move it out to here, right? But if I moved it further away, then I wouldn't know, like, why is it 4? I know it's 4 because it makes sense here because we're counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? But I don't really want to move it further away. It's a constant that has locality. Use the C API directly seemed fine. What are we talking about? Oh, for Lua, yeah. Well, but it gets complicated when you have like callbacks and wrapped return values like I'm doing. So Lua bind probably works, I'm guessing it works just the way that, what is it that I use for C#? Why can't I remember the acronym? There's a library that I use that wraps C, C++ to work with C#. It's simple interface, it's Swig. Swig, have you guys ever heard of Swig? Swig interface generator, there we go. I use this for wrapping with C#, so, I mean, maybe this supports Lua too, I should look into it. Maybe not though, I don't see Lua on the list. But I'm guessing Lua bind is similar to this. This is really awesome because you can take essentially a C or C++ header file and it'll generate a C# assembly that lets you call your C code. Very cool stuff. Oh, I missed Cthulhu. I got really super engaged in that conversation. When did Cthulhu say hi? Oh, right there. 1 minute ago. You sure you're catching into the stream? Yeah, but we're in this really cool discussion about how my code sucks. And I completely agree. We're talking about how for like 20 plus years I was working at Qualcomm and didn't get good enough feedback to know that my code wasn't written well. And I'm having to constantly push against myself now to do stuff like this, comment what I'm doing, and that's maybe leading me into refactoring it later and making it readable. And before Twitch, I didn't get enough input, but now with Twitch, I get input constantly. Usually it's in the form of subtle hints like that there's a bug, or why don't you try this, consider this, right? But even that's way better than what I used to get. I get so much stuff in the 4 hours a day now. I would totally recommend streaming coding if you're not getting enough feedback to improve your own coding. Show it in front of other people and get critiqued. If you're not getting enough of your code reviewed, stream it and you'll get people in your stream to tell you what you're doing wrong. Thank you for that follow. Use something called AngelScript ages ago in C++. See, that's the other thing. What's really valuable about streaming, a lot of intelligent people come into the stream and mention things I don't know about, like Luabind and AngelScript, and I'll take those and I'll put them in my notebook for not only me, but anyone else who looks at my notebook. And, you know, now that we have Google, you just Google search that and maybe you find something useful that you could use that you didn't know about, right? A lot of the problem of developing code the right way is just not knowing what you should use and what is already out there that you could try. And sometimes you just need a search term to find it. All right, let me try to finish this. The problem was it's somewhere in the cost function, right? It's erroring out. Oh, wait a minute. No, it was this number, right? Which we fixed. So now it's impossible to get that bug again because it's using the same name in both places. So let's try that again. That should probably be what I do whenever I run into an off by one error like that. Because the number was in two places, right? It was hard-coded as 4 and had 5 there by accident. If I had used a constant from the start, it wouldn't have run into that bug. So now that I did run into that bug, I should train myself that I fix it by making a name and use the name. Run the test. Did it get further? Ooh, it got further. Yay. It got down to 1223. Cool. So this was an error, which makes sense because this doesn't exist. But it does mean we got a wrapped thing. What is the error? Attempt to index a user data value. Right. So it is a user data value. It just doesn't have an indexer. So I need to add an indexer, and then we're going to index to find this method that we're going to use to get a Lua array from the vector. Hey, the Alt F4 stream. How are you doing? I don't know if it's a Toda or black glasses, or I don't know how to pronounce DHRYCE, but hello. The Alt F4 stream is a trio of excellent people that you should check out. There's Black Glasses, who does coding and really cool stuff with, I'm going to forget the name of it. Is it? No, I already forgot it. But it's a Twitch, Discord, and other integration stuff that I wanted to try out. Dear Say. Okay. Dear Say. I need to remember this. Yeah, so Black Glasses was streaming yesterday, doing some excellent stuff with like Twitch and Discord integration that looked cool. And there are 2 other streamers associated with the Alt F4 stream, and they're doing so it's like a variety stream. You guys should check it out sometime. I'm trying to get this Lua wrapper to work, and this is wrapping a sort of a pathfinding function that I'm incorporating that accomplishes this task, where if you have a maze and you're sitting here in the maze and you want to find all of the places you can reach within 3 steps, you're going to call this function called FindReachablePlaces with a max cost of 3, and you're going to provide a cost function that says it costs only 1 to move onto ground tiles, and it costs a lot to move onto walls and swamp, and so we expect the results to be that there are these 6 positions given, the 1s, the 2s, and the 3s are given back. as the results here in order of cost, which is this last argument, right? So there are 2 positions you can reach for a cost of 1, 2 cost 2s, and 2 cost 3s. So I have this working for the C++ version of it, so that runs just fine. It looks like this, where you give a cost function that says given a tile ID, if it's tile 1, cost 1, tile 2, 100, tile 3, infinite, practically. And then we expect these results, and we get them. So now this test is just a derivative of that, where we're doing it all, the cost function in Lua. We're calling the algorithm from Lua, and then taking the results and converting them back from Lua into something that we can parse in JSON, and verifying that we get the same 6 positions with the correct costs and previous steps. And this isn't working yet because I just wrote that and have not written the rest of it. So we have an interesting side discussion about how I need to write my code better, which involves at least commenting, if not rewriting this code so I don't need the comments. So I am making user data with a metatable of reachable places, but I haven't defined that metatable yet, so I need to do that. Link Lua is probably where I want to do that. Let's do it here. So this is where I make the metatable for the entire game. We'll say here, set up the metatable for the global game variable that is used in the game's Lua scripts to gain access to the rest of the framework. So it's just a singleton, right? What if we just call it singleton? I like that. It sounds more scary. Singleton sounds more scary than global, wouldn't you say? Where performance is not important, you've used AngelScript. Performance is a little bit important for this. How's everything going? Pretty good. Good old Lua. You know, there are streamers here on Twitch who hate Lua, and I apologize for offending or triggering them, but I find Lua, if once you get through this boilerplate stuff, it's really dang convenient because, like my AI script for finding a path from one place to another, I can almost read this. The most complicated thing here, I think, is this cost function. But here, we just say to the game, find me a path in this zone from this spot to our waypoint. Use this cost function, use this heuristic, and this is our maximum cost. And this, I think we were saying I don't need to do that anymore, but yeah, given this path, we can use that later to figure out where we want George to move. George is our little NPC here. He is programmed to pathfind across these 2 bridges and get to the exit and back. And that's all working right now. You don't mind it? It has places to make things easy? Yeah, so I use it so that I don't have to rebuild the game's backend servers. All I need to do is, if I'd make a change here to the Lua, I just go into the game's built-in editor, go edit the API. I can actually edit this if I want in place if I wanted, but I don't have syntax highlighting, and it's sort of a pain. So I've been editing in VS Code, copy, paste, submit, right? I'm not going to do it now, but the moment I hit submit, instantaneously we're starting to use that game logic in the live production environment. Yes, we test things in a production environment here on this stream. I figure that the production environment for a game that's still a work in progress is technically a test environment anyway, so I do invite people, if they want to, they can play this game. You will log in and you will appear initially in Between Realms Zone, which looks like this. And when you step through that magic doorway, you'll end up here. And if you want to, you can talk to George and say help, and he will lead you to these stairs that go up to the starter town, which is basically a ghost town. There are a couple NPCs that are unnamed here. Are they still wandering around, or are they kind of stuck? You stuck? You're not moving. I think he's effectively stuck. I think I broke his script. Yeah, he doesn't really have a script that works now. I should just kind of place him around here, right? And the other guy too, so you don't have to look for them. Until I fix their AI scripts. There. They'll just hang around there in the courtyard. What are we talking about? It's very real time, which is awesome. Focuses on a lot of practical problems with game design. I haven't even really gotten to the game design so much as I'm still doing the engine. So I consider part of the engine all the logic that George uses to figure out who he's going to fight. And right now it's broken because he thinks he can fight this slime, but the slime is way far away than he can get to. He's using direct line of sight, and I need him to use this new pathfinding algorithm. If I put the slime on the same side as him, he'll happily slay it and leave the gold coins behind for anyone happily walking along to get it. But yeah, the engine, it's just a lot of little detail. So like finding paths, figuring out which entities to fight, how to get to those enemies. It's just a lot of work, which I'll never get to if I keep chatting. All right, set up the meta table for that. Now we want to set up another meta table. This is an IntelliSense bug. It thinks that the function's undefined, but when I control click it, it's not a function, it's a macro. And the function it maps to is defined. I think it's just confused. It says it's not defined, but it is. I mean, look at that. It's even telling me two conflicting things. It says it expands to push closure. Then it says it's not defined. Wait a minute. You just told me it expands to push closure. Why are you telling me it's undefined? I don't know. IntelliSense, you're screwed up. All right. So that's the game meta table. I want a new meta table now. Set up the meta table for values of the new type I made that I defined. Let's put a... I don't have any other bookmarks. It was around here somewhere. Here it is. Here. This type. Reachable places. 5 hours, 13 minutes? Okay, I've been going too long. Well, I should end the stream soon playing with scissors. You won't miss much. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you as always. All right, I'm going to keep going. I'm in a good mood. I don't need to be anywhere. I'm just going to be hungry, and my brain will be mushy, but we'll still have fun. I figure when I'm in the zone, I'll just keep going. If I wasn't having if I wasn't having a good time, or if I slur too many of my words, I'd probably stop. Back to here, right? So it's this. Set up the meta table for values of the reachable places type used to wrap the C++ reachable places structure that is returned by the FindReachablePlaces function. It is literally the best. I wish I could just talk without slurring my words, but this is just almost too difficult for me to do. I should just accept the fact that I slur words all the time. You're over 20 hours of dev work into your UX issue. It's officially fully functional. Nice. Nice, Krasner. Okay. I really should comment this better. This is saying make a new meta table. Then it's saying we're going to name something index. And then we're going to push the game again onto the stack and set it in its own. So, okay, this is saying the game is its own indexer. That's what that's saying. That when you index a game, go back to game's meta table. Yep, that'll work. Okay, so I can actually use this as is, right? I just need to have a garbage collector. Oh, I had that in JSON wrapper. GC, and we were calling it finalizer, right? Yeah. Actually, I have an index to a explicit indexer. Is that what I want? I don't think I need that, actually. Let's just try to see if I know I need a finalizer because that's how we're going to destroy the wrapped structure. So we'll call this one reachable places finalizer. And we'll have to declare what that is. And then the thing that we needed was something in the test, right? Places in cost order. So that's reachable places, wrap, or let's say Lua. Let's prefix everything Lua so I know what it means. Lua, places in cost order. Okay, so let's define these. I'll cheat and go to here. How come that can't find things? That is not access check. That's some random text there. I think it's just screwed up. Let's do a search of this. That'll be quick. I'll just look for that. There we go. So here is the signature of a C function that can be called from Lua. So I just need to add it to this. Let's say that here are where the properties are. And here are where the methods are. And then there's one of them. And we called it Lua Finalizer. And the other one is called Lua Places in Cost Order. And then we will define them. Let's go there. Sure, why not? It's around here. I want to put it. Oh, no, it was down here. Not that far down. Not in the impulse. Where was it? Not here. Here, reachable place. So reachable places, and then these guys, right? See if I understand how to define a static. You remove the static and you put that in front, and then you're done, right? And we're gonna return nothing from a finalizer. I just remembered I do have to be somewhere in exactly 2 hours. So I should leave myself some time to eat. So let's say a hard stop would be in 40 minutes. If I'm not finished in 40 minutes, I'll say, sorry, I gotta go eat. So this is gonna return something. Let me just make sure this builds. And we should be able to call it. In fact, we should hit both of these, right? Yeah, let's try that. What's a mukbang? Managing time? I don't think I'm good at managing my time. If I was good at managing my time, I would have stopped my stream an hour 19 minutes ago. I hope I'm getting better, but thank you for the compliment. I think I need to improve, though. And not where I want to be. I'm sorry. I don't mean to take away from what you said. It's just I guess I set kind of a high bar for myself. Oh, okay, we're done with that. Let's try again. We can continue. The assert's fine. The debug's fine. Okay, we hit the finalizer. That's good. Right. So it happened when we deleted stuff, right? Right, when the test... When Lua close was called. When we destroyed the server. Oh, that's because it's defined in the test as a global. Okay, yeah, that's good. So the finalizer is called, let me make sure it does the right thing. Let's search for finalizer, because I've already written one. It would be nice to just copy it. Here it is. It's going to use placement delete. How often do you get to see that? That's placement delete. That's dash greater than tilde. And I just need to get the type correct. So the type is reachable places. Pointer to it. The meta table name has to match. Expect that, and if it is, then we can delete it. Done. In fact, I'm going to make sure that it is what I expect. And I can actually see if the results are there. It should actually work if I did this right. At least it should be correct, the reachable places, even though we're not done with the wrapper yet. And where's that test again? I don't know. It's up here. Control J. Debug. Sure. Test failed. Okay, and then we get here. Whoa. It wasn't the correct type? Is that what that's telling me? It just stopped. Oh, I haven't waved to a bunch of people. We were talking to Alt F4 stream and we didn't wave. Also, Atomic Nibble. I forgot to wave to you. And Disidentu? I see your chat. Hello. I just forgot to acknowledge it. With a little wave. If that failed, then it's not set correctly. The meta table is not set correctly. That's worrying. In fact, it crashed. How could that happen? New user data. Am I using that correctly? Set meta, Lua L set meta table. That's the meta table, yeah. Actually, it wouldn't have gotten there if it wasn't correct. So why did this fail? That's what I want to know. Threnin, how are you doing? I like that high wave. That's a cool emote. I kind of just want to run this again. I don't know, maybe I don't need to spend so much time worrying about the finalizer. Because it is in the middle of a break. I'm just worried that this is not... Let's step into this and see. It is null, so it's not that type. How do I know what type it is? Let's try again, and we'll step into it. Go a few times. Step into that. It is a user data, but what's its meta table? Okay, but how do I compare them? Lua is always, to me, very difficult to debug because everything ends up being, like, hard to see. I guess I gotta go raw equals object. I don't even know what this means. Oh, tag of a t-value with no variance. So it's saying that they're not equal. Well, I guess I could get it. I can do what they do and get it. Did I do something stupid and just misspelled it? Oh, I did. Look at that. That's the wrong meta table. I feel stupid. I copied, pasted that, and I didn't update the meta table name. Okay. This is what happens when I stream past 5 hours and 24 minutes. All right. Run it again. There's that button. Debug. It's gonna... Oh, wait a minute. I hit something new. Oh, it actually called that. Nice. And there we go. We have the self pointer. What does it look like? 7 places in cost order. There they are. Can I make that bigger? I can't. I can make this bigger. Close that. Oh, look at that. Cost 1, 1, 2, 2, 3, 3, 3. Wait a minute. Were there 3 positions with cost 3? I thought there were only 2 of... Oh no. There's a third one. What am I missing then? 0, -1? Hold on, why is it trying to move into the wall? That's wrong. It shouldn't be trying to move into that wall. What did I do wrong? There's a wall at 0, -1, so why is it trying to move there? Or is everything else correct here? 1, -2, 2, -1, 1, -3, 3, -1, 0, -3, 3, -2. Yeah, what's this last one doing there? 1, -1. So it says it can move left with the cost of 3? Eh? Oh, I see a bug. If it's a wall, it says, you guys can't even see that. Let me shorten this again. If it's a wall, it sets the cost to max cost, but if we're sitting at 0, we haven't spent 3 yet. This should be max cost plus 1. And that means I should probably look at any other test that does that and do the same. There we go. Fixed it. Debug. Go. And I wonder why did it put a breakpoint there? Oh, probably because there is a breakpoint there. Delete that breakpoint. You've seen a light bulb go on over my head? Yeah, it happens. It's always nice. It is a very long day today, Mech and Principal. It's almost 5.5 hours. The good thing about long days is I get to see more people because of the time zones and how people are going to bed in some areas of the world, other people are coming back from work in other places of the world. So I could say hi to Rally Monkey, for example, who just got here and probably wouldn't have been here if I didn't stream longer. So hi, how are you doing, Rally Monkey? I wanted to see, am I getting the correct, so cool, I'm getting the correct positions. I just need to wrap them now. All right, cool. Need to wrap them. That's what this is supposed to do. This is supposed to generate a Lua table based off of this vector. So let's hop to it, shall we? We're going to make a Lua table. Oh, where have I done this recently? Right here. Look at that. I want that code here. I want a new Lua table. Was this int? Let me go back and look. It was Lua integer. Tricky. It's not an int, it's a Lua integer. They're different. Finally got a toddler to nap. Yeah, all those little accomplishments that feel so good, right? Okay, so it's not enting entities. It is, I need to recover the self pointer. I'm going to do that first. And then we're going to iterate self places in cost order. And we'll call this, what is that type? It's a reachable place. Reachable place. And what are we going to do about that reachable place? We're going to look at its position, previous, and cost. And I decided to make a wrapper for that, right? Yeah. So there's going to be yet another meta table thingy. So, yeah. Let's say Lua push reachable place. And we'll just let that do the work. And then this puts it into the table. At the it's building the table. The table is really an array. A Lua table whose keys are integers starting from 1 is technically an array. So that's what we're doing. We're building the array. This is the equivalent of a push back to the end of a vector, or append to the end of an array. Is you put the thing you want onto the Lua stack, and then you say raw set I, saying, here's where the table is. Here's where to put the thing in the table, and then the thing to put in the table is on the top of the stack. And then when we're done, we just say we're returning the top thing on the stack, which is our table. So I just need to make that a function. And where am I going to put that? It can be in the anonymous namespace. I can just put it up here. There's no, I don't need it anywhere else, right? Yeah, we can just put it here. Where to put it? Oh, maybe near these other ones. That would be nice. So Lua state, Lua, and then realm server components reachable. How come it's not helping me? I don't know why IntelliSense is giving me trouble today. See ya, Nui. It's great to have you in the stream for so long. Thanks for watching. Okay, this is, let me bookmark this because I want to use the same kind of thing I did before. This thing, new metadata. Right, exactly that. I want to tell Lua, make a new user data. And it's going to be a reachable place. And unfortunately, it has to be the full namespace. Size of the whole thing. Yeah, we have to repeat the name of the class a bunch of times. And I can't move this one, or can I? No. It is, we want to copy, don't we? Actually, I guess I can make it a pointer and just copy the pointer. Yeah, because it's not mutable. So I don't have to do a new. I can just say that is this how you do it? The type of this is, I know, I'll make it a double pointer. So the pointer itself will be what is in the user data. No, hold on, this is not right. This is what I do. I do that equals the address of reachable place. There. And I need to fix that by making it const. Right. So it is essentially a pointer or a reference to something that is managed elsewhere. And that should be fine as long as you don't continue to use it after you've destroyed the container. So I don't need the placement new, and I don't need to worry about a finalizer. We call that reachable place, and then I have to set up that meta table. So where was I setting up meta tables? Game. Here we go. Set up a similar meta table for reachable place. Used to wrap the C++ reachable place structure. And it's used in numerous places, so we won't say where. Is it its own index? I think in this one I don't want it to be its own index. I want it to be more like a JSON wrapper, which has an indexer. Yes, so we'll have an actual indexer function rather than... Okay, so it's just this then. That in its place. So we have reachable place a Lua index. And then I don't need a garbage collector, right? Because it's just a reference. Yeah, so I don't need that. Is that the only thing I need? Is just the indexer meta method? I think so. I don't need anything else. We just need that now. Okay, so Lua, I don't know, finalizer. I'll just grab this one. And then in the header. Oh, I have Lua there in the interface. That's sort of, oh, but okay. I should say why I do that. So forward declare the Lua state structure so that we can define our interface as depending on Lua without requiring our consumers to be dependent on Lua as well. It works because it's always handled by pointer. And you can compile something that points to an undefined structure like that because you don't need to know anything other than that it has an address. It's the implementation has to know the full definition of Lua state, but not the interface. So that's a little trick. So I'll have the same kind of thing in reachable place here. Right here. And these are all methods. I should have put that here and say properties here. All right. I'm not bothering to document these. I guess because they read to me as like, oh, those are Lua wrappers. I just need to get the Lua wrapper named correctly. It's called... Oh, you know what? I can actually build that into the static thing as well. Oh, well, where to put this? Actually, I want to name this something specific. Lua push reachable place in a from collection, from managed collection. Actually, let's do this the proper way. Select all and then do from managed collection and then there. It's managed from this. So its lifetime is governed by that. It's sort of a hack though. Technically my Lua script could use the reachable place after destroying this. It would just crash. I'll just make sure I never do that. All right. Where's that meta table? That's the name I want. Here. And then go to that. Oh, come on, IntelliSense. Can't you help me out here? It's like not able to find things today. I need the one for reachable. Here it is. So here it goes. Remove the static, put this in front, and we'll do a check for self. It's reachable place. It's our own type. And then let me make the indexer look like what I had for the JSON wrapper. Yeah. Right. So there's a key. Where's the key? Here we go. This is what I want. Field name is going to be the next argument, and then the it's indexed, so we're just returning its value. So it'll be basically if field name, and then we're comparing literal strings here because these are the keys that the test uses. Position X. Then Lua, let's see if I can get this from memory. I think it's push integer. Yeah. Lua, and then cast, to be polite, we'll cast to what the type it actually wants. This needs to be in quotes. There you go. Self position X. And then you could probably figure out what I'm going to do next, right? It's going to be if it's Y, then Y. And the other things that we want to index, there's 3 more. Previous X, previous Y, and cost. Cost is there, and this is previous X and Y. Position X, position Y, previous X, previous Y, cost. And we should have an else. which is, there's two ways to do it. You can say return 0, meaning you didn't push anything on the stack, or you can say an explicit Lua push nil, which I think balances better. So literally put a nil on the stack. That way, it implies that there's nothing in the table with that field name if you have a return nil. Two ways to return nil from Lua are you push one and you say you pushed it, or you just say you pushed nothing. They try to use it, it gets to be nil. Either way is fine. So that should do it, right? Build. Building. Linking. 16.756 seconds. Done. Run the test. Nope. I was hoping it would just pass. Okay. What's the difference? Error. I got an error. Should I be happy I got an error? I don't know. Let's look and see what the error is. Oh, it got all the way down to here. Oh, that's where it was getting... Oh, I forgot to put that in reachable places, right? No, I did. Okay, what is the error? Let's go and find out. I guess I can turn off all of my other breakpoints. And then just put one here. And then just tell this one to go. Debug. What is the result? It is a string that says what? Cannot construct a JSON value from a table. In field array. Okay. On line 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Oh, because I'm missing a new line. This is actually 11. Okay, so it didn't think that it could do that. Why not? It thought that that was a table, but that's... Huh. I wonder if it had to do with that. Oh, it's this has to be a JSON array. I forgot about that. Oh, no, that's JSON object. No, that's JSON array. Yeah. There we go. I could do it with a JSON object, too, if I wanted. I can give them actual names. Either way, it's fine. Let's try that. So that's the outer array, that's the inner array. That has to match that. Did it get further? Only the numbers are wrong? It got further, only the numbers are wrong. Okay, we're making some progress. It says the numbers should be this, and the actual numbers are all a large negative number. There are correct number of them, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, it's just the individual numbers are wrong. So let me think about that. Maybe the way I did the indexer is wrong. We can put a breakpoint here and watch it. See what it does, I guess. Let's do that. Debug. Oh, look, the position's not right. The data's corrupted. Why would that be? Has it already been destroyed? Yeah, Rylex, I don't have a gamble system for my points. I have never really thought about what I would do about that. Do you think I should add a gambling system for the points? I figure it's a gamble to use them in my game. But hello. Thank you for your attempt to gamble all of your points. I don't even know how many points you have. Do you have any points? You don't have points to gamble with, my friend. I'm thinking that this pointer didn't get set right, or the thing that it was pointing to got destroyed. So I can check it if it got destroyed, if it got finalized, right? So that's here. Let's see which one happens first. Debug. It didn't get destroyed yet. Okay, so something's wrong with the pointer, I think. So maybe the way that I'm building the pointer. U data. This one. Maybe it's a temporary. Let's see what I'm doing here. I thought it would pick it straight from the correct place. So what is the address of reachable place? 226D. Okay, someone memorize that. 226D 2E 6DD80. And then we'll hit go. And then what is it again now? 226D 2E 98438. It doesn't look the same, does it? Doesn't seem right. Let's try again. Which place is this? 1, -2. Which one in the list is that? Yeah, it's the first one. Okay. DD80. DD80. And what is it here? It's not the same address. So why am I getting a different address? It should be iterating this. And indexing it. Try again. Let me look at the call stack. Maybe we're looking at a temporary. What's this self here? Okay. It doesn't show me the address of it, though. This is a reference. I don't know what to say. It should work. Why you know work? Oh, it should be. I think I see the problem. Yeah, I can't do it that way. It's allocating memory. So if it's allocating memory, then it needs to be a double pointer. I can't have a U data that points to existing memory. It always wants to allocate. Is that right? Can I make a U data that points to existing memory, or does it always have to allocate memory? Yeah, but is there another thing I can do? There's no index here. How do I find this? Oh, let's just do Lua new U data existing memory. I guess I could just look at the reference manual. So Lua. There'll be a section on U data, right? Will that appear here? Basic concepts? Language? Values and types? Type user data is provided to allow arbitrary C data to be stored in lieu of variables. Represents a block of raw memory. light user data is simply a C pointer value. Maybe that's what I want. I've never used a light user data though. But maybe that's what I want in this case. So what would that be? Lua new light? Light? Push light user data? Is that what I want? What is this? Pro tip. Hit arrows to navigate. I don't need that. Dismiss it. It has no individual meta table. That's the problem. Yeah, how can you use it if it has no meta table? I think it's for passing things that are just going to be consumed again by C. Okay, so I can't use that. The only way I know how to fix this then is to make it a double pointer. So double pointer, size of pointer. And then instead of assigning it, we assign the copy of the pointer. That means wherever I use this meta table, I got to be careful. So here it is. So here it's double pointer, and let me put a pointer in front. That'll fix that. Actually, that's all I need to do. Fixed. Let's try it again. Debug. And then go. And then, yep, it's fixed. So let's go run it. Am I trying to make the game unhackable? Yes, I'm trying to make the game unhackable. Why do you ask? Cool. So now I have successfully wrapped this find reachable places algorithm in Lua. So I'll probably end it here because I'm out of time. I said I would have a hard stop 6 minutes from now, so this is probably a great time to stop. So I'm not streaming tomorrow, but on 2 days from now, I'll resume this again. I want to use this, now that it's available in Lua, I want to use this algorithm for, in my game, right here, I want George to use that algorithm to find his enemies. So right now, the problem is that if I put an enemy down here, George immediately locks onto it and tries to kill it. And can't, George shouldn't be aggroing this enemy because the enemy is not reachable without going all the way around here. If the enemy is 2 squares away, sure, George can reach there and kill it. But so right now he's aggroing off of anything within straight line of sight within whatever 3 squares. So I want to change it so he instead uses this algorithm to find what areas he could actually reach within, say, 3 squares. And just search within those areas to see if there's any enemies. And only if he finds an enemy, should he aggro off of them. Then once he aggroes them, I should probably also use the pathfinding to have him pursue the enemy, rather than right now it's just straight line of sight. That's what I'll be working on Thursday. So much more going on than in just a simple single-player game. Well, yes and no. The game mechanics themselves, from a player's point of view, are pretty simple. You just move left, right, up, down, and you can attack. You can pick up items. You can drop items. The gameplay is actually pretty simple. The complicated part is because I'm doing the engine myself. So in a game engine, you would start already with all the pathfinding built into some library. All of my work recently has been building up the libraries in my own game engine to have something that implements this common requirement that you need to either get from one place to another, or you want to find what you can get to from a starting position. And now that I have it implemented, I can start using it. And then I can go from making an engine to actually making a game on the engine. And it's going to be more of that for several months, I think. But in the end, we'll have built this up. Actually, the game is a lot further along than it was a month ago. So I didn't have any of the lighting system, these directional tiles to show which direction lights are facing. I didn't have any of that. Anyway, I'm going to call it there. Let me check the code in, and then we'll go raid someone. And I'll go eat. I must eat sometime. How did it feel? It felt good that I had a sense of I accomplished it. This was a bug here. Let me check this one in separately. This is a new test. That's new code. Do I want to comment that? Not really. That's just wrapper stuff I'm adding. More commenting. Okay, so this is a bug fix. Fix bug in max cost usage within cost function. So use max cost plus 1, not max cost. Otherwise, the pathfinding will allow you to step into a wall if you're standing next to it. There you go. Sounds like something people do for projects while getting computer science degrees. I guess, because when you're getting a computer science degree, you're kind of focusing on the fundamentals of how things work. Oh, I'm getting a phone call. Oh, hold on. Let me BRB for a minute or two. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm gonna get a phone call soon for a conference call I have to be in, so good timing that I'm checking this in now. In fact, I'm just gonna check this in after the stream ends. I don't need to do this on stream. Just gonna be checking that code in when I get to it, probably after this conference call. Let me do what I really need to do right now, which is find someone else to raid. Who are we gonna raid, huh? How about Zorkenheimer? He's an interesting guy. So he's programming in 6502 assembly for the Nintendo. Original old school Nintendo assembly coding. Hey, thanks F4 stream. Glad you enjoyed it. We're going to be rating Zorkenheimer. So yeah, he's either making his own games or making libraries and stuff, but it's all assembly language. Really old 6502 processor is what drives the original Nintendo entertainment system and all that. So interesting guy. He's also it's also a new member of the same team I'm on, Live Coders. So there's that. I'm hitting the button now. Raid. Interesting. It gave me a preview window this time. Is that new? That's new. Okay, cool. Anyway, I'll see you guys not tomorrow because I'm off tomorrow, but in 2 days on Thursday. I hope you'll join me then. And in the meantime, have a great day. See ya.